announcer Jeff Goodman, and we are joined now by Davidson head coach Matt McKillop and Davidson all-defensive team member Grant Huffman. Grant, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Can't complain. Happy to be in Brooklyn. How are you?
Matt, year two. You fired up?
Very fired up. Very excited to be here, but also very excited about the team we have.
Excited to talk to Jeff?
Very excited. Yes, absolutely.
Look at his face. Why wouldn't you be, right? You're the first one right away out of the gates. So, to me, the biggest thing, obviously, in year one, you take over for your dad, their expectations. You guys had an up-and-down season last year. What was the biggest thing that you learned last year, Matt?
I could write a book on the things I learned. I learned that we are doing the right things and we have the right approach. And I think that when we were going through some of these tough times, we had a stretch of, I think we had like 10 games in a row that were decided by one possession or two possessions or less. And we were so close on so many occasions, and we could have, rebuilt our offense or try to add new plays or try to do different defensive schemes. But we stuck to what we believed was what we needed to do, which was what we'd done from day one. We just got to get better at it. And we sure enough did. We were still just that close, but we believe that, you look at those 1-2 possession games, but then you look at our improvements, like we were still just that close, but I think it's because we were doing the right things, and we were doing it with a young team and we were doing it with a new team. So, I'm sure we'll talk more about it, and Grant could shed some light on it too, but we've got a lot of newcomers on this team as well, but I think they're so built for that. For every single day, getting in the gym, getting better and better, and just committing to improving those little things that will get us over the hump in those close games.
You mentioned the close losses. I believe it was 1-6 in one possession games. How do you work on that stuff, Grant? How do you get better in practice at executing in the clutch? And
I'll say it was 1-6 in one possession games. I think it was like 1-9 in 4 points or less. So I'll make it even more dramatic for you.
I think the answer to that is just putting ourselves in that position in practice, which is what we've put a strong emphasis on, is putting on a minute on the clock, having you be down by 3 points, and coaches drawing up plays, seeing if you can execute it, seeing if guys can listen to focus on what needs to be done to get the job done. So we put a strong emphasis on it. We put a strong emphasis on free throws. We didn't have the best free throw shooting team last year. That's a big.
You're Davidson. You got to be a great free throw shooting team.
Free throw shooting team, and those points add up. So you got to knock down the easy ones and focus on what coach is saying and get the job done.
So a lot of guys, when they take over the former coach, some of them are very entrenched in the program. Some kind of step away. What's your dad? What's he like as a retired coach whose son took over the program?
Yeah, we've actually, Grant and I and some others have talked about it already this morning. He was perfect in the sense that he gave me exactly what I needed last year. Space, but also support when it was necessary. He wasn't going to text me after every game with anything of X's and O's or criticism, positive or negative. It was always support. And now that space is kind of he's involved himself a little bit more because I've asked him to, and also he hasn't coached, I feel like, most of the team with the exception of you and maybe Chris Sosnick and some of our juniors, but
so it's easier for him to come around.
So it's easier for him to come around and not feel like he's intruding. And now I'm getting the kind of feedback that I need from a coaching standpoint. And just the other day, he poked his head into practice and he saw a tense moment, and I get a text afterwards saying that was the best I've ever seen. So
really?
So little things like that, I need. It makes me feel excited about what I believe is right, but what we're doing and what our coaching staff is doing. But he's been terrific in terms of being in a difficult spot. I mean, he's been the Davidson coach for 30. He had been the Davidson coach for 33 years. It's been his life, and he kind of had to completely remove himself to help
now?
me.
Is he taking up some?
No,
hobbies?
He does not golf. He'll never golf.
How do you not golf down there?
He's an interesting guy. I don't know that he has any hobbies that I could really speak to.
What kind of dad fan is he? Is he the guy that sits in the back row and tries to blend in? Is he sitting front row screaming at you?
So I obviously don't get to see that or witness it, but I've heard that he can be on the officials a good bit. And I heard one story of a game where my brother, who actually used to work in Secaucus in the NBA officials booth and rate and rank officials and chart all their calls. So he's got an expertise in officiating. Like he literally was an expert. And I heard there was almost like a fight that broke out, and that's probably extreme, but between my father and my brother about who was yelling at the refs appropriately about the correct or the incorrect calls. So I think there's a little bit of life to the parents section when my father is there.
And I will add to that. I've seen him a couple times in games. I'm not supposed to look into the stands and see people, but I have noticed he's a big put his hand on his head and just he sees a bad play that's happening.
Was that him coaching too?
That's his internal coaching. Yeah. That's his internal coaching.
I always used to, as an assistant, I would always, hey, good body language for our players. You can't let them see you doing those things. And now apparently he's doing it from the sidelines.
And they're still seeing it.
Yeah.
Grant, I want to ask you about Reed Bailey, because you said in the Almanac that he's ready to take a huge jump. What have you seen out of him this summer? Where have you seen him getting better?
The kid's a stud. He has all the attributes to, in my opinion, make it to the NBA one day. He's been shooting the crap out of the ball in preseason. He's gotten a lot stronger, a lot more physical. And, just coming in as a freshman, I think a big thing is confidence. I've seen his confidence just skyrocket this preseason. And he works his butt off. He's a kid that gets up. He's in the gym at 8 a.m. getting shots up with our assistant coach. He's working his tail off in the weight room and during practice. He's one of the hardest workers. So I'm really excited to see what he can do this year and show people why he was like one of those highly recruited guys.
Is he the guy that's taken the biggest step forward this offseason?
I think he's definitely one of the candidates. I think, we had a very young team last year. So I could name 4 or 5 guys that have made major strides this offseason and have really kind of impressed not only myself, but like the coaches as well, and shown what they can do.
So the most surprising thing for me was that you shot 32% from 3 last year as a team. Like, I never thought in my lifetime I would see a Davidson team shoot it like that. What did you –
Thanks.
Well, but listen, it's true.
Believe me, I lost a lot of sleep over that number right there.
Because, again, you guys pride yourself on skill and obviously ball movement and making shots and everything like that. What did you focus – how much of a focus was that in the offseason, adding guys who can obviously shoot the ball, but obviously in the gym as well?
It was critical to everything we did from an approach standpoint, from a recruiting standpoint, and I wouldn't say that drastically different than what we work at practice and in workouts, but but the focus is there. I think it was the worst Davidson three-point shooting team in 30 years, or as far as KenPom statistics go back, which I could check. And when you talk about 1 or 2 possession games, if we were just as good as the second worst team, that's like 6 or 7 wins right there. If you just look at it,
you want the stat?
Yeah, give it to me.
So the program's worst outside shooting squad since 2000. Okay. And you rank the lowest in KenPom's adjusted offensive efficiency metric since 2004.
Okay, well, I was just going to stick to the 3-point shooting, but thank you. Well, what I would say,
another cup of coffee after that one.
I think we recruited some terrific shooters, and we weren't recruiting them because of the way we shot the ball last year. We recruited these guys because they fit us very well, and we believe that shooters fit us very well. We lost previous year 3 guys that shot over 40% from 3. Luka Brajkovic, who was the player of the year. Michael Jones, who graduated from Davidson. He's now getting a degree at Stanford, playing his second year at Stanford. And Hyungjun Lee, he actually might have not shot over 40 as his final year, but he was top 5 3-point shooter in Davidson history, top 3 maybe. So we lost some great shooters, and we knew that was a weakness of ours. I even joked to Coach Matheny, one of our assistant coaches, like in August, right before our European trip, and I was like, midway through practice, I'm like, we can't shoot and we can't pass, and we're an offense based on nothing but passing and shooting. But I think if you were in our gym this year, you would see that it's a very different looking team from the way we can shoot the ball. I mean, first of all, Grant is shooting the ball, I say the best of his career, but he's shooting the ball like you would expect every Davidson guard to shoot the ball from our history. He is shooting the ball at an incredible clip and with great consistency, and not only from the 3-point line, but from the free throw line. But I feel like most lineups we could put on the court right now, we've got guys that can shoot it at every position, but we have great passers that make all those shots easier. A lot of times we had good looks but the ball was coming here, it was coming low. We didn't pass the ball that well, with the exception of Grant and Foster, specifically Foster Lawyer. And I think our ability to pass and shoot is drastically different, which is why I'm excited that numbers. I believe those numbers are going to look very, very different this year.
So you mentioned Foster. You lost Sam as well. That is 32 points, 11 rebounds, and 6 assists. So you're going to have to replace. You're not bringing in junior year Steph. You're not going to replace that with one guy. Where does that production come from? Is it just finding Reed Bailey stepping up, getting better? How do you fill that void?
With a very talented, skilled, deep team. And I think the greatest strength is that we have a lot of players that can play. I think we could probably say Reed Bailey will start for us. That's pretty obvious. I think you could say the same thing for Grant. But really from that point to 12, 13, and Grant could say, like, everybody has had a day in practice in this preseason where they could have looked like the best player on the court. So we've got a lot of talent. I don't know that we're going to have the Foster or the Sam who you give the ball to and you just expect a shot to be made. But I think we're going to be significantly improved offensively because we're always going to have 5 guys on the court that can be threats as playmakers and threats as shooters, but really threats in terms of the way they cut, they screen, they move, and they let.
It makes it harder to guard when you have 5 guys you got to worry about instead of 2 or 3, right?
I think so, but we all. I believe right now it's easy to say everything in October, but we have a very selfless group. Guys that are willing to cut to give the next guy an open shot, screen to give the next guy open, throw the second pass that leads to the assist. So that in itself is what I believe will be what allows us to make up for statistics of other former players that were really productive, but we have enough skill and talent, and then we have the guys that play the way we want.
So I heard you did an internship this past summer. Tell me a little bit about it, and I heard you might have left it early to get back and start working out.
So I did an internship with Stryker in Dallas, and my big takeaway from it was that I want to play basketball as long as I can.
I like it
because the working world is tough.
But yeah, listen, you don't have to work with him. All right, so whatever it is, it's nothing compared to having to do these shows with Dustin.
Right. But it was a great experience. I think it's something I could do in my future. But getting back to your point, we had the military training. It's called the program, and it's something that I wanted to be back for and be prepared for because there's a team building thing. And I also was starting to get FOMO, the fear of missing out. Like I felt like I was missing out on everything, practices, like getting closer with all the new guys. FOMO, so I felt like it was important for me to be back.
So he came rushing back. He missed you so much.
Yeah, I took the 16-hour drive overnight.
Got in the car, just like out.
Yeah.
It was, obviously we want to support our players to do whatever they can over the summers to be productive in their lives. And like one of our, Chill Spadone, who we haven't mentioned, and you asked, Reed Bailey, he's made an incredible jump. Chill Spadone came to us as a walk-on and played for the senior national team of Switzerland this summer. So, it's important to be around your team and get better, but it's really important to improve the way you need. And I remember that conversation. I was recruiting in Boston, and Grant said exactly what he said. He's like, I'm really enjoying this, but it's really made me believe is I want to play basketball now and as long as I can. And then another assistant, Will Regal, and I went to Dallas to recruit, and we had lunch with Grant on one of his off days. By the way, he was in the emergency in the operating room at 6 a.m. working with cadavers. I mean, stuff
really?
that
so you're seeing all that stuff.
Seeing all of it. I think I saw.
That's why you don't. That's why you want
right,
to get back.
Gross. No, but I think I saw like 100 knees and hips replaced.
Oh,
so I kind of got.
It wasn't sitting at a desk and doing busy work and getting coffee. He had a pretty
cool,
impressive thing.
I would have passed out, but that's cool.
I was worried about that my first time.
Were you? Yeah. Just can't go down.
Right, exactly. Just make it through the first one.
Yeah, that's right.
But when we had lunch with them, we were kind of like, when does it really last till this internship? And thankfully, Grant was able to have a conversation that got him home earlier. But I do believe it, Grant, you could speak to it. I think when you were hearing about all of our new players and how impressive they looked and how Reed looked and how Sean Logan and another one of
back.
And I think that's why Grant was itching to get back. And I think he was pretty excited.
Veteran leadership. That's what that is.
I got one more for you, and then you're out of the hot seat. In an era where the transfer portal is a thing, where players are getting 5th and 6th and 7th, and we were talking about earlier, sometimes 8th years. You guys don't have a grad school. How does that impact the way that you could build a roster?
It's, we're probably one of the few schools that doesn't. And it's easy for me to say this, but when we'll prepare for one of the teams in our league or teams in non-conference play and you look at the roster, you're like, man, they've got 24 and 25-year-olds, 23, 24, 25-year-olds. It doesn't feel great. That being said, I think it allows us as a coaching staff to recruit the kids that we want, that know that they are in it to be developed by us and they're in it for the long haul. Our antenna is up, as every coach will probably tell you, more than ever before, to getting the perfect kid that fits us basketball wise, fits us academically, fits us environment, culture, locker room wise, and fits the Davidson campus community. But we can honestly sit in front of the next Grant Huffman and say, we are entirely invested in making you the player that you want to become, and we believe you can become, because we are never going to be looking over your shoulder if things don't go well at a 22 or a 23-year-old grad transfer. So we can only be as successful as we can help you become. And I think it has helped us get the right guys for our program and hopefully the future right guys for our program. And I don't know, I sleep at night feeling pretty good about that. I don't sleep as well as I need to when we're playing a team of 6 grad transfers. But I think roster building sounds so different. I heard a coach last year at Media Day talk about what were you looking for in the offseason? When we're looking for shooting, he was looking for getting older. So we're always going to have the approach we have, but I think if we keep just pouring into our guys because we've got the right ones that want us to pour into them, we're going to be all right.
Oh, listen, Matt, Grant, pleasure catching up with you guys.
Great seeing you.
Glad you no longer have
Thank
to
you very much.
look
Tell
at
your dad I
cadavers
said
all day
hello,
long.
please.
I will.
Good seeing you, man.
Thank you.
Great to see you. Thank you, guys.
Matt McKillop, Grant Huffman, Davidson Wildcats. We're going to be joined next by VCU head coach Zeb Jackson, or VCU head coach Ryan Odom.
Yeah,
and
Zeb
VCU
might be.
guard
I mean,
Zeb
maybe he'll be
Jackson.
coaching the team.
Yeah, maybe by the end of the day.
Year, who knows? You can ask Ryan about that.
How long do you think that you would last in a doctor's office having to cut open cadavers?
I once walked into a hospital. A buddy of mine had been sick. I saw him. This is when I was young. Saw him with tubes all throughout his body. Next thing you know, they were picking me up off the floor. I'm better now, though. I'm way better.
Not as bad as the one time that you thought you got stung by a bee, and
yeah, well, you almost
you
left me for dead in Augusta.
I wish I did.
Almost died, and you did not care. It was still one of the worst friend moves I've ever seen from anybody.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's Zeb.
What's up, man? How are you, Zeb?
We are live. The mic is hot, just so you know.
Came without your coach.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're good. Yeah.
Well, Zeb,
grab the mic,
mm-hmm.
and we're going to start without your coach, your new coach. Maybe
so we got to put him in the hot seat now. We got to ask
now
him
that he's not here. Maybe you give a great story already, but you need playing time, so you got to be a little careful, right?
No, yeah, I can't.
You got to be smart.
Too early.
You got to be smart.
So, new coaching staff coming in this season. What has been the biggest adjustment for you?
I mean, I first like to start out by saying it's been a really smooth adjustment, to be honest. A lot like better than I can imagine, especially not really knowing what to expect. I didn't know, and it happened out of nowhere. So, I think the biggest adjustment has just been probably style of play. It's a lot different than how we played last year, but I'm enjoying it, and they've done a real good job of just building confidence and getting in the gym with everybody. And like I said, it's been real smooth.
Did you know what to expect when Coach Odom got hired?
Not at all. I heard good things, obviously, but I mean, it's like you
the
don't
good
really
thing
know.
is he's got more gray hair than maybe I do. It's close. It's close.
I think I got you now.
What's up, man?
Ryan, what's going
It's
on, man?
damn close.
How you doing? Good to see you.
Good.
I think it's like we go back and forth each year.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
telling
You're
all
younger
the
than I
embarrassing
am,
stories he's got to be right now.
49.
Yeah, I got you by a couple of years.
Okay.
So just wait.
The big 5.
You may have no hair by the time
July.
you're my age.
Hey, that's all I'm worried about. Just try to keep it.
Right,
as
me
long
too.
as-
Me too. Trust
Yeah.
me. What's this guy been like? I mean, you took over a program,
Yeah.
brought in a couple of your guys, brought in a bunch of new dudes.
Yeah.
What's it been like having a veteran like this to be able to rely on?
Yeah, it's been amazing. I mean, Zeb's obviously the first thing you notice about Zeb is how personable he is. He gets along with everybody. He's a guy obviously that can play the game at a really high level. He helped last year's team, win a championship, and he and his teammates and coaches obviously had a historic year. and had a lot of fun together. And we're just pleased that he decided to stay with us. And, as has become normal in college basketball, there's a lot of transition, nowadays. And to keep the guys that we did, Zeb and then the younger guys from last year's VCU team, was really, really important for us.
Walk me through the decision to leave Utah State to take VCU. Seems like those jobs, I mean, they're both really good jobs, really good programs.
Jobs.
Yeah. Why back to VCU?
Yeah, I mean, the tradition, I've always admired VCU from afar. We all do, right? I mean, the tradition of excellence that has existed here over the years, is really special. And I wanted to be a part of that. One of the reasons I went to Utah State initially, and going out there, the tradition there of former coaches, former players, the recent success that Craig Smith had, I wanted to be a part of that too. And this is just one of those jobs that, it's pretty much a foregone conclusion. I was going to go, if offered the job.
I heard it was dinner spots, Logan to Richmond.
Who told you that?
Listen, I do my due diligence. I got some other dirt on you too. Don't worry.
That's a valid reason too. I'm not gonna lie.
Have you been to Logan though?
Nah.
Okay.
I haven't.
Yeah.
Right, a little different. I know you don't want to take shots at Utah State.
Yeah, no doubt. It's totally different, but it's like it depends on what you want. Like I would wake up every day there and say, "Man, this place is unbelievable."
Cool. Right?
Yeah,
Super
it's just
cool.
like really neat. You're seeing this beauty, that exists, in our world, and it's like, wow. I mean, the snow did not bother me at all. I actually love the snow, better than rain. And the key for me too is like outside the seasons there, outside the basketball season, it's beautiful out there. And Quinn Snyder told me when I first took the job, he was like, it's the best because in the season you're, when it's at its coldest and the snow's going crazy and all that, you're just focused on your job.
You're not paying attention anyway.
Yeah, you're not paying attention. You're in the gym. And out of the season, you can kind of go do what you want to do. But, Richmond, obviously, it's not my home, but I've worked in the state of Virginia, went to college 50 minutes from there. I've got tons of my teammates that live in town. Like it made sense. My parents are now in their 80s.
Closer.
They can get up to see us
It had
play.
to be hard with your kids being that far.
I mean, they would get out there one time, a year, and that was difficult. It became more difficult. And for them to be able to just drive 3 hours up the road to see us play, I mean, certainly that was, a factor for us as well.
So Jeff mentioned that you brought a couple guys with you from Utah State. Having Max and having Sean in the program at VCU now, has that helped you guys adjust to, you mentioned, a different style of play?
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean, they both know it like the back of their hand. I mean, whenever we're running over plays and stuff like that, it's easy for them to help other people out. And everybody's real locked in on learning, obviously. So, I mean, outside of what other people are already doing, the efforts that they're making to learn everything that's new, Sean and Max make it that much easier.
You mentioned the style of play being different.
Mm-hmm.
Even the personalities, right? Rhodes
sure.
and Ryan are different. I've known both for 15, 20 years.
Sure.
Discuss that a little bit of what that's been like, how you guys are going to play differently this year.
I mean, I know some of the fans got a little sneak peek from the black and gold game, but I say a lot more shots going up, a much different offense, while still focusing on being aggressive on defense. And yeah, I mean, it's just going to be exciting. I think it'll be a real exciting style of play to watch and a little different for VCU fans that have been watching for a while.
What did you know about him when he got the job? Did you know about the UMBC thing? Was that, or did you have to Google and be like, oh, wait, that's that guy?
So, my dad actually told me because when everything happened, it happened so fast. It was like people were trying to figure out what they wanted to do. Obviously, I was talking to my teammates that I had last year, and we were all just discussing with each other, like, kind of what was going on and what people were thinking. And my dad just called me and was telling me to be patient, and he told me what he knew. And part of that was, like, the UMBC game. And, yeah, I mean, from what I had heard and from what my dad had heard, it was only good things. So I'm happy that I stayed patient and stayed with VCU.
You guys lost a couple players in the portal, right? How important was it to get him back?
It was huge. Yeah, it was huge. I mean, not only Zeb, but the other, 4 guys as well that decided to stay. And, when you first take over a new job, like I knew the Mountain West, you get dialed into where you're currently coaching, and the players that you have to compete against and coaches. So I didn't necessarily follow the A10, like that. I know the history of the A10, and that's Final Fours and Elite Eights and Player of the Years, and it's great talent, and that's come through the league. But huge for us to keep, Zeb and his teammates, with us. Toby Lawal has got a really bright future, young, he's the most athletic guy I've ever coached, and Coach DaRon Washington at Virginia Tech, who could fly. This guy's incredible, and he's learning the game, at a much higher level. He's getting more confident in his own game. Christian Furman is a young guy, 6'11", like really bright future, going forward. And Fats redshirted last year, and he was a top 100 player, coming out. And, you can see the talent, that he has. And now he's beginning to, become more vocal, for us. And, it was really important, back to your original question, to keep, VCU guys on the current VCU guys, as many of them as we could, on the roster, while also, we brought in, 2 former players, that played, in that Final Four run, and Darius Theus and Bradford Burgess, and Daniel Roos, who's our strength coach, stayed.
I love that you did
Yeah.
that. Well, you're smart. It's a smart move, right? I mean, obviously they know they know what it takes. And again, the community.
Yeah.
That's the other part of it.
Yeah, no question. I mean, these guys are great coaches, and they have 2 different experiences. Brad has been more in the NBA side, right, after he stopped playing, and was working most recently for Billy Donovan with the Bulls. And Darius has kind of been, he's obviously was with Shaka, and then was with Carm up at Siena. And we were able to bring him back home. And it's been really a joy for us to kind of merge these 2 worlds, because I've got guys that have worked for me and a staff that have worked for me at the different places, all the way back to Lenore-Rhine. And I've got a former player on the staff that played for me at Lenore-Rhine. And so merging these 2 worlds has been really rewarding so far for us.
So I've heard you're on the longest injury rehab of any coach in the history of the game here. 3 years in. You're 3 years into a rehab of a foot injury that you still won't play in a staff game.
No, not a chance.
3 years. Are you ever going to come back?
I retired. It was game 7, all right? I was just mad at my teammates. We should have finished it in game 3. It made it all the way to 7, and then I hurt my foot. This was back at UMBC, and I'm like, I'm done. This is it. This is the last time I'm going to rehab this.
46 years old, your career over.
Yeah.
Career-ending injury.
Toast. Done.
Nah, he definitely still get his work in, though.
Yeah.
He still gets work in.
I got one for you, too.
He'll sneak in a jumper or a layup or something.
I got a good one for you, too, and I don't know where I'm going with this, but I was told by a former teammate of yours to ask you about Booth Gach. Remember the
Sean D?
No,
Sean
it
Brown?
wasn't Sean D who told me. It was somebody else. Told me you'd have a great story. I have no idea where this is going to go.
It wasn't Sean D?
Nope. Might have been a big guy. Might have been a 7-footer.
Oh, Hunter. Big Hunt. So when we were,
Can we tell this story?
it's
It's just a story that.
it's just like a.
Okay.
So I think he's still in college. I think he plays for Utah.
I think he's gone now, right?
He's gone.
He's gone.
I don't know.
You should know. You were
I
at
should
Utah
know.
State.
I should know.
But basically, we played him when I was at Michigan. It was me, Hunter, and Sean D. Brown, and we played him when he was at Minnesota. And it was just the way that his name was spelled and the way that it was pronounced. We just
Couldn't pronounce it right.
Yeah, we couldn't pronounce it right, and then we just started saying that to each other. Like we just started calling each other that because we couldn't pronounce it right.
All right.
Could the coaches pronounce it?
I have no clue. I think
Scouting report?
they probably switched up the name every time they said it. They
Yeah.
either say Both or Booth or
It was a tough one to say.
it was.
Yeah, and normally I'm the one that has trouble saying names. You
No,
got
I've
that one right.
screwed that one up. I've screwed that one up.
The last thing I want to ask you, Ryan, is coming into VCU. What has been the most surprising part of taking over that program? Because all the VCU fans listening will know this, but it's unique in the way that the city has kind of embraced it, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's a bigger school than a lot of people probably realize. The Siegel Center is awesome.
Yeah.
The band is awesome. Like, what has been the biggest surprise stepping into that job for you?
It's the overall infrastructure. When you first walk into, obviously you start out with the Siegel Center. The Siegel Center is, every year there's an update. This year they've got, the ribbon boards that are going all the way around and the big screens and, the investment that, is put into VCU basketball. The BDC, which is where our practice facility and offices are, incredible. I mean, I've seen a lot of them, over the years. I've been in coaching a long time, and there's none better. It's incredible. The women's basketball team has their own side. We have our own side. Full-time chef. It's a big-time deal. And
you had to be a full-time chef.
Yeah, we're really fortunate. We're really fortunate, and with that comes responsibility. The investment that is put into our program. There's an expectation to win and win big each and every year. And going back to why did I come, to VCU? I didn't come back. I mentioned a lot of things about family and home and all that, but I didn't come back for comfort. I came back because I believe in this place and what it can be and what it has been and where it can continue to go.
That's a great job. Good to have you back in the East Coast where we could see you again a little bit more.
Yeah, no doubt.
Than way the heck out there where,
I tried to get you to come out, but you didn't.
I wanted to. I did.
Ryan, true story. I one time drove from Logan, Utah, back to Washington, D.C. nonstop without stopping throughout the night.
Are you kidding me?
It was the dumbest thing I've ever done in my life.
Did you have anybody with you, or were you by yourself?
Yeah, it was me and one other guy. Drove from Logan, Utah to Washington.
The poor other guy.
Logan.
We did a road trip, and this was back in like the Wild Bill years.
Yeah,
you remember Wild
Bill? Right? Yeah, he was in the offices. Great guy.
Yeah, he and Gibson have the same build.
We have the same physique. We may.
No, but we drove out there for the game because that was kind of like
Bill's a big boy.
Wild Bill. And he wears like teacup costumes to the game, and he'll show up in just bikini bottoms, and that's it. Like
he's grown up now. He's not doing that anymore. But but awesome guy. Really good guy.
But great seeing you guys. Great seeing you.
You
good
as
luck.
well.
And
good luck this
Ryan,
season.
great having you back.
Thanks. Appreciate you guys.
You too.
Yeah.
Great seeing you, man.
Take care.
All right, that was your VCU Rams. And coming up next, I'm glad that we're kind of getting them out before the next group comes in because it's the Richmond Spiders. Little rivalry over here.
They're not going to throw punches, are they?
I hope not.
You don't think I got to mediate, break this thing up?
Look, I hope not. If anyone,
I feel like Chris Mooney's
we do have the stand right here to put between them if we need to.
It's true.
So
that's very true.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Different Richmond team, completely different from 2 years ago, and then even last year with Tyler Burton. We'll ask him about that. Who's kind of picked it up because a lot of new faces with Chris Mooney and the Spiders, and obviously Chris went through a health scare as well.
Yeah, we're going to have to ask him about that. The interesting guy, and he's going to be joining us here in a second, is Neal Quinn.
Yeah.
I think that when you talk about Richmond and you talk about Chris Mooney and you think about the Princeton style of offense that they run, having a big guy that can pass makes a lot of sense. So,
what's your take on this VCU team this year? Like, obviously the expectations are to win the A-10 every single year. Are they going to take a step back? I think they could. Obviously, they've got the resources, but you've got a completely different coach system and the talent level.
I don't think so because I do think that home court makes a difference, right? I think Dayton is probably, assuming that they're healthy, is probably the favorite to win the league. But, I mean, you're bringing in two guys that are preseason all-conference caliber, right, that know what they're doing, that know how to play. You get a guy like Zeb back. I mean, they're going to be right there, man. I think the difference will be how quickly they are able to figure out exactly what Coach Odom wants and the offense that he's looking to play. We have Mooney over here.
What are you looking at?
Your boy Chris Mooney's right there. We're going to flag him down.
You going there first? I don't care. Whatever he wants to do. We got
bring
him
him
for
over.
15, so come on over.
Yeah, get over here, Chris.
How are you?
How are you, man?
Oh, you're –
How's it going?
What's going on, man? Good to see you.
listen, Nobody's happier than both these guys right now. Two Phillies fans I'm in the middle of.
Mm-hmm.
This is rough for me. This is rough. I mean, the Red Sox didn't even have a season this year.
No, come on. Last week we were in Vegas, and he wore an Atlanta Braves hat the entire time. He's going to try to say that he's a Red Sox fan. No, he's a Braves fan.
Yeah, exactly.
What did the Braves play?
I knew Glavine growing up, so I was a Braves fan. Everybody's a Braves fan because you can watch TBS.
Well, I think if it's different rules in Philadelphia.
Okay, fine.
Different rules.
Fine. Good point. You were not a Braves fan. Agreed. How you doing?
I'm doing
great. You look great.
Thank you very
much.
much.
You look great. That's the best part of today.
I appreciate that.
Honestly, I mean, you went through a major health scare.
Yeah,
that was
for sure.
That was right after the Final Four. You had surgery.
I had it actually February 28th.
Oh, that's
so
right. You had
I
it
missed
even
the
before.
last.
That's right.
I missed the last few games of the season. So yeah, had open heart surgery. Everything seemed to go great, and hopefully we'll be fine going forward. Got the clean bill of health a month later, and feel great.
Like as good as new, younger,
as good as new,
younger.
Exactly,
Chris Mooney now?
exactly, even younger.
Really good,
even
good.
younger.
How do you remember when you, Neal? How you doing? Jeff Goodman, nice to meet you.
Rob Doster, good to see you, man.
Do you remember when you found out that you were going to need?
Yes.
Where were you? What had led up to that? And
Yeah.
how did you take the news?
So I had a more routine scan to check for a calcium, but just not because anything was wrong. And then they said, hey, we want to look at that again. The calcium's fine. And then I got a call from the doctor after the second scan. And he said, what time are you getting home tonight from work? I said, about 7. He said, I'll meet you there. So I figured that wasn't good news. Good news. And so, yeah, I remember it was tough. Ironically, my best friend in Richmond, Leo Gazzoni, is a heart surgeon. So he was there. We came over, we talked about it. And yeah, it was shocking just because I didn't have any shortness of breath. I didn't have anything.
Nothing. Right.
Nothing. And so, this aneurysm was a certain size that needs to be removed, and we had to schedule the surgery as soon as possible.
Did your best friend do it? Did he do the surgery?
He did not do it.
Too close to the situation?
Yeah, exactly. But the surgeon who trained him did do it.
Okay.
At University of Virginia.
Good.
Yeah.
How has it changed your perspective on coaching? With the way that the portal's going and grad transfers, it's become 24/7, 365, even more so than it was before. Has it changed the way you do this?
Yeah, I think that has changed my perspective more than the surgery. I think all the changes has changed the perspective. I just remember, so I was home basically the month of March and but getting information from the staff and thinking, oh, we'll have to recruit here for a month or so. And, we signed our last guy early August. So it has made it, I feel like we've got really good players out of the portal, but it has made it something that's really, really taxing.
Let's talk about the big fellow over here.
Yes, sir.
We've seen guys like Grant Golden thrive for you. You got a guy here, 9.5 points, 4.5 boards, 2.5 assists, 7 foot tall.
Yeah. I mean, Neal has been terrific since the day he got on campus. He was a very good player, accomplished at Lafayette, who played for a great coach in Fran O'Hanlon. And, the thing that stands out to him the most is just his overall basketball ability. His passing and his ball handling, his sense, all of those things, whether he'd be a very good player if he was 6'4" or 7 feet. And so I think how fluid and natural things come to him is really impressive. And I feel like he's ready to take a big step this year, having gained some A-10 experience last year.
You go from one Philly coach to another. You can't get away from these guys, Neal. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of helped. So when Coach O retired, and that's when I decided to enter the portal. We were talking about a bunch of options, and a former Richmond player transferred to Lafayette, Thomas Rabinskis, and Coach O was talking about how he recruited Coach in high school 1,000 years ago.
1,000. That's true.
About that.
Feels that way, right?
And so, yeah, it was just I watched the way they played. I watched the tournament run, and there were so many connections that I had to Richmond through Coach O, through Coach Mojo, who recruited me, that it just seemed like a perfect fit. Looking at everything, all the boxes were checked. And, yeah, I can't get away from Philly coaches. I mean, they're great.
They are great. They are great. Listen, two of the best dudes you will ever meet in this business. I would say that even if he's not sitting here. Your role this year, obviously last year kind of just got adjusted to the A-10, that level, everything like that. what did you work on in the offseason? What are we going to see out of you this year that we didn't see out of you last year?
Yeah, so I think pretty much it just started when I think half the team transferred, graduated. It fell on me to help recruit, to pick guys because this is my last year. We're going to do everything we possibly can to win. And Grant was home pretty much right after his G League season ended, which was a little bit after our ended. So we worked out pretty much the entire spring, summer. TJ came in a few weeks ago, like September. So just to be able to work out with them and then pick up the tips and tricks they learned playing pro and playing in the A10, and then, working on my game, working on my body, shooting threes, all that kind of stuff. So I'm looking forward to showing a full repertoire that I've added this year.
You didn't grow your hair out after spending time with him?
No, I did get the beard. I was working on the goatee. Came in baby face. I had to grow it out. But.
How long is it you going to let that thing go for?
Well, I just shaved it for this. So.
How long was it?
It was not that long.
Yeah.
It's not a golden beard.
Let it go the whole season. Can we get a season long beard?
I used to tell Grant Golden, the more I asked him to consider shaving, the less he considered shaving. So I'm done with facial hair weighing in.
When we talked to you for the Almanac, you said that Aiden Noyes was a guy that took a big step forward this offseason. Red shirt, a little bit more of a traditional way to develop a player. What have you seen out of him?
So Aiden is a really talented player from Ohio. He redshirted his first year, and that was the year we had 20 guys because you could carry more than we had, including 5 walk-ons. We had 20 guys, so that was almost the obvious thing to do. Then last year, as a redshirt freshman, he only played a little bit, but he's a very talented guy, 6'7", very, very springy. Actually, was a great baseball player as a young high school athlete, and he can really shoot. And so I think that combination, very quick feet, good athlete, can really shoot. It really has started to show itself more and more and more. And, we've had guys who've been very good after red shirts who haven't played very early in their career. And that is a more traditional way and the way kind of the Spiders have really enjoyed doing it. And I think that he fits into that mold.
You got to replace Tyler Burton, obviously. I don't think you can do that with just one person. But is that – they're both kind of play a similar position, right? Is that what you're looking towards?
Yeah, to a certain extent, yes. I think that, Tyler was so did so much for us last year and commanded so much attention from defenses and scouting reports. You're right. You can't just replace those kind of statistics with one player. I think that's more the level of talent we got out of the portal and Jordan King and Delani Hunt. I think they kind of take some of that burden and some of those, the shot-making ability and the being able to still produce with the attention of the defense.
So I wanted to ask you about Delani. I do the NEC previews for the Almanac because I'm not just the guy that wants to get in with the high major coaches. I like mid-major basketball.
We assigned him the NEC.
He
didn't have a choice.
But I think Delani makes a lot of sense, and I'm going to blank on the name of the point guard you had that set the steals record.
Jacob Gill.
Yeah. So it seems like he can kind of play that role a little bit for you. What have you seen out of him and his adjustment to the higher level?
So, yeah, one, he's the best leader, talker, team guy that we've had. We've had some really great guys since I've been there, but he's excellent. He's a very, very good athlete, extremely fast, quick, and he's a very good all-around player. He's Wagner's leading scorer. Wagner doesn't score a ton of points per game. All right, Jeff?
Yes, I know that.
But he was a leading scorer and on a team that's very, very defensive-minded, tough-minded, and he really brings both those things. He can score and he can play make, but he is tough-minded and can defend. Very, very, very competitive. I think he has a chance to be great.
All right, I'm going to put him on the spot here with a question that he will not be asked the rest of the day.
Here we go.
You ready for this, Neal? Who is at fault? Daryl Morey or James Harden? Right? It's a good question, right? I'm torn on this one.
Yeah. I would say.
Look at him. He's choosing his words very wisely.
Very Princeton answer.
Well, I don't know enough about NBA front office decision making and how the politics of it and the business part of it works.
Okay.
So for me, more like a regular fan, I would just mostly see what the player does.
Okay.
And so,
he opted in. He opted,
He opted in. That's right.
36
and
million.
Last year he took a pay cut, right? 36 million.
36 million. Hell of a pay cut.
I don't think it's easy. I think that, there's something, obviously, as great of a player he is, there's something during the arc of his career, there hasn't been quite as much postseason success. And so, maybe that surrounded by a couple more shooters. But that one's a little tricky for me to answer.
Let's give the ball to Maxey. Right?
I got one more for you,
Yeah.
Chris. So I am a Phillies fan. Our producer, diehard Phillies fan. He's one of the
brutal
ones,
having to do this show.
Yeah, he's one of the ones that like you kind of want to separate yourself from a little bit while the Phillies are on. He's that kind of crazy. I don't know if you're that kind of crazy too, but what has to happen for the Phillies to win a World Series? And if they do, are you going to come up for the parade?
So there'd be a better chance of me coming up for a game in the World Series than the parade. I wouldn't be as interested in the parade. I would say now that they've managed the.
Can you get tickets? Can you get me tickets? I'm like 20 minutes away.
He's got other people that are way above you on his list.
I would say this, that they've used their bullpen very differently. They brought in the closer the other night in the 6th and 7th to shut down the Braves, and which I kind of like. I think that going just by the numbers and the analytics is probably a little bit over, especially in the postseason. Right. Especially in the postseason. So I would just say the bullpen has to hold up. I think obviously they can win home games. I just think the bullpen has to hold up, like most teams. I think that would be great. And if they could get to the World Series and Wheeler and Nola could give them 4 games where they pitch into the 7th, that'd be hard to beat.
I think it's Nick Castellanos has to hit 5 home runs every 3 games.
I'm actually rooting for you guys now. I feel like.
How could you not?
How long has it been since you really won anything?
Hey, our producer just said in our ear that Goodman's not allowed to root for the Phillies because everybody that he roots for loses. So no, we don't want you. Get out of here. Good, you're off the bandwagon.
It's a method to my madness here. The method to my madness. All right, well, listen. Appreciate it. Great stopping by. Great seeing you.
Great to see you.
You look great.
Thank you.
And just, ease in. All right. Ease in. No technicals early.
No,
all right. None of that
not.
fiery.
Not
Right.
No.
Exactly. Listen, take care of them. All right. Great to see you.
Thank you, guys.
Take care, guys.
And let the beard grow, man. Let it flourish.
I feel like
flourish.
even in like 3 months, it's not going to look much different than that.
No, I moved there about 6 years ago. My son has really gotten into it. I didn't really have a baseball team before that, and now he's diehard. He wore to school the other day his Bryce Harper T-shirt with the Bryce Harper jersey over the top and a Phillies hat. So how could I not be in, man? I'm all the way in. I'm locked in.
Great seeing you guys. Oh, it's out of control. Out of control.
Good seeing you, man. Coming up next, we have Dayton head coach Anthony Grant.
What's up?
Dayton star DaRon Holmes.
Great to see you,
Coach.
again,
How you doing, man? Good to see you. DaRon, how you doing? Good to see you. We
are
are live. The mic is hot.
Not that we have to worry about Anthony Grant saying anything crazy. All right? That's the one thing we never have to worry. Back in the day, though, listen, he was a little bit more.
Back in the day,
you were young, you were a little wild back in those AAU gyms.
You would know,
right?
Would know.
That's right.
It's a long time ago.
A long time ago.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Doing well, man.
Yeah,
good to be with you. How you
doing? Great to see you guys. Another run. Hopefully, listen. Knock on wood. It's all about health.
Yeah.
Right.
Always.
I mean, after last year, all sorts of health we'll certainly talk about here. But let's start with the team first.
Yeah.
And man, you guys went through some injury issues last year that derailed your season a little bit from what you guys wanted it to be. How difficult was that last year?
Well, I think obviously that's a part of sports. Injuries are always going to be a part of sports. And, we had our fair share. I think, the thing that I was proud of is our guys showed great resiliency, throughout. And we had throughout the season probably 3 or 4 different renditions of our team, because of guys either coming back off the injury or, being separated from the team because of injury. But, we had a very good nucleus, very good leadership that put us in a position, where we had opportunities. And unfortunately for us, we didn't, finish as we would have liked. But certainly I'm very proud of what our team was able to do.
How healthy is Malachi now? I know he had a couple of off-season procedures done.
Yeah, I think he had surgery on each ankle, during the off season, and he's progressing well. He's probably about a month into being able to be unrestricted, and so after having missed 6 months, I think it'll be, a progression. And so, we think that just based on where he is now, he'll be able to fully recover. So we're excited about that.
You hoping to have him? He's going to skirt this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. You hoping to have him for game one for the opener?
Yeah, we
be good.
We expect to. Yeah,
just limited minutes. Like
we'll see.
Yeah,
I think it's always one day at a time. But right now, he's doing everything with the team. He's fully acclimated. It's just you don't take 6 months and have surgery on each ankle and just come right back and be full ready to go. So we've got to make sure we're doing the right things for him in terms of his long-term future.
All right, DaRon. So you come back.
That's the same question.
Yeah, I'm sure it's the same question, right? You come back and we hear about all the speculation. I'm sure you heard it. You're going to transfer, right? Carolina, I think somebody told. It was all these different schools. What was the offseason like for you? How did people try to get to you, and then why did you decide to come back to Dayton?
The off season was pretty cool for me. Did a lot of workouts at University of Dayton, just working out, and I went through the combine and the whole process. But my whole goal was to learn and see what I can learn for the next year. So I didn't really know where a lot of the rumors came from with the transferring, but my whole focus was to just get better, So, and I chose University of Dayton because it's home, and I love the place, and they do very good with developing players, and we want to win games. So, and this is the place for me.
So the other part of health obviously relates to your daughter, Jay, and you're having an exhibition game coming up where you're going to try to educate people, raise some money for mental health. Tell me a little bit about that. And again, what you've gone through, Ant. I know how hard this has been for you, and you're a very, very private person. But this for you obviously has special meaning with everything that you've gone through.
Yeah. Well, Jeff, I appreciate, you asking the question. Obviously we suffered a tragedy that I wouldn't want any parent to have to go through with the loss of our daughter. She was going through some mental health challenges with anxiety and depression. And unfortunately, her life ended. And so one of the things that my wife and I have pledged to do is to try to bring more awareness to people in regards to prioritizing their mental health, in regards to trying to break the stigmas around mental health and mental illness, and to be able to, spread the word in terms of there are great people doing great work in this space. And because of the profile that we have, we're able to maybe shine a light on what some of those people are doing. And so, we're going to take an opportunity here this week on Thursday to do a town hall in Dayton. The University of Dayton is free for anyone that wants to attend. We've got Mark and Kim Helinski with Helinski's Hope coming in to do one of their Tyler talks around their tragedy back in 2018 when they lost their son Tyler. We've got some other people that have partnered with us. They're going to be available during that time. And then on Sunday, Chris Holtman of Ohio State graciously agreed to play us in an exhibition game with all the proceeds of that game going to the Ohio Suicide Prevention Foundation and NAMI. And so, those are organizations that are doing great work in this space that we want to be able to support. So I'm just grateful that our administration at Dayton saw fit to honor our daughter and allow us to do this. And so many people from Ohio State that immediately when we reached out to them, there wasn't even a hesitation that they were willing to partner with us with this. So hopefully this will be an event that we can continue, make an annual event around, and hopefully make a difference in saving some lives.
We'd love to come out next year. If you do it again next year, count on us to come out next year.
Appreciate it.
Anthony, grief isn't a linear process. for anybody. How long did it take you to get to the point where you were able to speak about this and be able to do what you're doing to promote awareness and to raise funds? Because it's a great thing what you're doing.
Yeah, I would say, honestly, it's a day-to-day. I think everyone grieves differently. For me, I got great advice, I thought, a year ago because, as a coach, as a leader, as a man, I think you want to kind of jump into the fray. But honestly, I think everybody grieves differently. Everybody heals differently. So I think, for me, being able to take some time and, be with my family and focus on the things personally that I need to focus on. This seems like it's the right time, again, there's a lot of great people that are doing great work in this space. And I continue to learn. We continue to learn, from a lot of different perspectives, right? So we sit here from the perspective of a family that's lost a loved one. I think we're going to have people there that talk about being survivors of having gone through some personal challenges on the mental health side and have come out and still are here to talk about it. And then just be able to, like I said, just highlight the resources that people can look to when they need help. It's something that, quite honestly, my wife and I, a lot of things I know now, I wish I would have known, prior to our daughter, taking her life. And so if we can make another family or another individual aware, hey, here's some things, here's some people, here's some resources that can help you if or when you or a loved one reach a point where they feel hopeless. There's always hope, right? There's always hope, and just be able to find a way to make a difference for other people's lives. And the term we came up with is we want to bring purpose to the pain, right? And so it's not going to change our outcome, but maybe if we help somebody else, it makes a difference, and that's what we're trying to do.
DaRon, I see you nodding over there. When you see the way that he is going through this and the way that they are handling this as a family, what does it mean to you?
Our team, we took that very seriously. That is something that is very sad, but we know our coach, and he's very, he knows how to hide his emotions. So it was just hard to see that, but the fact that we get a chance to go and talk about mental health and are expressing how much it means, like it's a big deal. And luckily that we have a coach that really cares about that type of stuff. So it just means the world.
Well, that's what when I asked you earlier about, coming back to Dayton, I mean, a ton is this guy, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
I mean, what he stands for, forget about being a coach, right? Forget about the on-court stuff, but how he handles himself, how his relationships with you guys. Again, I've known him forever. I'll put him up like as a guy with any person in this industry. So how much did that impact you coming back?
It impacted it a lot, as a person, our coach carries himself very well, and the rest of our coaching staff does as well. So just the people that I have the chance to be around every day, including my teammates, it just helps me become a better person on and off the court. And that's something that I want to have, so then as the rest of my life comes, I could carry those habits. So just things like that really make a big difference on how I was feeling on coming back or not. And yeah.
All right, let's flip it a little more light now. Give me a good story about the Anthony Grant people don't see, because people see this, tough, hard, like I said, I've known him. I know he can let loose.
The strong, silent type, right?
Like this is BS. Some of this is complete BS.
I wouldn't say that.
Give me the other side of Anthony Grant.
Yeah, I have a lot of stories, but I mean, there's some practices where, like, over the summer, there was a practice where we competed at first, and then towards the end, the losing team usually has to run. So we got on the line, and we all thought we were going to run. He put 22 seconds on the clock, but he made us do bunny hops up and back. So that happens randomly. It's random. So every now and then it happens. But
What
You
is
got to
it?
make him do the
Yeah.
bunny
You
hops
said
next
you said a
time.
bunny hop?
a bunny hop.
Can you show us what a bunny hop is?
We need video of this.
That's
Man. How good, again, the expectations for Dayton every year are to win the league, get to the NCAA tournament. With everything that happened to you and your family, does it put this into perspective a little bit differently or no? Or are you the same in terms of coaching?
I say the answer is definitely yes. I think I've always had a pretty decent perspective of it, but certainly when you go through what we've been through, it changed that perspective. I think certainly I'm blessed to be able to do what I do. I love what I do. Just to get a chance to impact people like this young man to my right, our staff, the people around our program. We got a really, I think, unique situation at Dayton just because of what the university, what the program means to the community, right? And I went through that as a player. I'm a graduate of Dayton, so it's a little different, for me. So, for me, it's a labor of love, and certainly being a former Flyer myself, I know the difference that what we do makes in people's day-to-day lives, and just the impact we have that goes beyond just wins and losses. So from that perspective, it's different as well.
I have one more. Can I
ahead.
hit one more? What's going to be the difference in this guy from last year to this year? What's he been working on?
I think he's, physically, from the time he walked on campus to now, I think you can see the maturity. I think just the mental maturity. I think he continues to evolve. He's a young 21-year-old, and so now he's got the experience to go along with the skill and talent. And I think there's so many parts of his game that he's put a lot of time into developing, and I think he's going to be able to put that on display. So I'm really excited for him. I'm excited for our team, and I think just the profile of our league. I think certainly we have a chance to I think play a big part in the way our league is viewed. So I'm excited about that for all parties involved.
Last thing I got, DaRon, is when you were a freshman, you kind of burst on the scene, right? Sophomore year, you're not a secret anymore. You're the first player on every scouting report starting from the first game of the season. What did you learn about how you need to go into every game, into every season, now that you are kind of, it's DaRon Holmes, right? You're circled. You're the preseason player of the year. You're the reigning player of the year. How does that change the way that you prepare for a game and for a season?
The biggest thing is just understanding what's expected, so I look at things in this year especially. I just know certain things are expected, and I'm going to go out there and give it my all, regardless of who we play against. And I'm always going to be a team player, so just get the team hyped up and just do what I'm told and do what I need to do to help win the game. That's my whole goal.
Can you donate ankle ligaments to some of your teammates?
I wish I could.
Well, listen, great seeing you guys.
You too, man. Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
DaRon, great seeing you.
Great seeing you too.
Health
Sir.
all around.
There you go.
All right. All right.
Thank you.
Be well, guys. Good seeing you. As good a guy as there is in this business.
Yeah.
Anthony Grant.
It's going to be fascinating to see what they are this season.
Yeah.
What they are this season, just because of the health issues. Like we talked about Malachi. We didn't even talk about Kobe Bryant, who had an off-season surgery as well. Kobe Ellis missed a big chunk of last season. Like they just got decimated by injuries, man. And sometimes there's nothing you could do when that happens. We're going to be joined at some point here by Travis Ford and Gibson Jimerson coming up next. Preseason first team all A10 Gibson Jimerson. By the way, we were talking about this last week.
Yeah.
Have you looked at the preseason teams for the A10?
I have quickly. Go ahead.
You're not great at math, so I'm
Oh,
assuming
the
that
6.
6, 6, and 6.
I don't understand this.
We got to talk to Drew Dickerson about this.
Drew 6.
This is-
His
this-
math.
this is
man.
unacceptable.
Drew can't add.
Apparently not. 6, 6, and 6. We got 18 teams or 18 guys on 3
I didn't know
teams.
better. I think this was you're doing. It's Duster math.
Yeah. All right. So
Sucks.
let's kind of walk through the preseason poll here.
Yeah.
We got Dayton as the overwhelming favorite, 25 votes for the preseason poll. Preseason poll. Dayton received 20 of them. Is that where you are with this?
Yeah.
I think
Hell yeah. I think you have to be as long as they're healthy. They've experience. They have the best player in the league. They have good balance,
well, that's what I would say.
good guards,
is
and a big.
as long as they're healthy.
Yeah,
Right,
but
like-
of course you could say that about everybody.
Yeah, but
been
everybody
through it.
doesn't have like 3 starters that are coming off of injuries and 2 starters that had off-season surgeries. It just, I don't know. I don't think that Dayton is that overwhelming of a favorite in terms of like their difference between the other teams. I just
Most
don't know
people
who
would
else
disagree with you
I just
since
don't
they
know-
got 20
I
first
just
place.
don't know who else you would pick. That's the thing.
Well,
You know
that's
what I
the thing is VCU's a completely revamped VCU team.
mean? Mhm.
And let's face it, the A10 didn't have the year last year that we thought they would have as a league. I think this year it could be different because the bottom is certainly much better
Mhm.
than we thought it would be last year, right? I mean, look at you. You've got URI is going to be better. UMass is
just
going to be
look
better.
at it this way.
Davidson's going to be better.
Look at the bottom 5 teams in the poll who they're coached by.
Right.
Richmond, number 11, Chris Mooney. Davidson, number 12, Matt McKillop. Frank Martin, 13, UMass. Archie Miller, 14, Rhode Island.
That's right.
Fran Dunphy, 15, LaSalle. You thought I was going to forget about Fran Dunphy, didn't you?
Yeah, I can't wait to get Fran here. I'm a joke around with Fran.
Who is the biggest surprise team in this league?
Team West?
Yes.
I mean, just the fact that we're seeing Fordham and they deserve it at 7th is kind of cool, right? I mean, the job. I can't wait to get Keith Urgo here.
Mhm.
Like who would have thought they would have had the year they had last year, and now they've got momentum. Somebody picked him to win the league.
Yeah.
I don't know. Probably maybe Fran Dunphy. I don't know.
maybe
Not
Keith,
sure.
maybe Keith Urgo.
Might have been Keith Urgo.
Just throwing it out there. I think the biggest surprise team is going to be the St. Joe's.
Is St. Joe's?
I think we're gonna
Yeah,
be
Billy
looking-
Lang's done a good job now getting this program, kind of headed in the right direction after a couple tough years to start out, coming from the NBA, and now he's got a stud in Erik Reynolds.
Mhm.
Like that's a kid I can't wait to talk to here, because he's the guy when you talk to most people in this league that scares them the most. It's actually Erik Reynolds, not DaRon Holmes.
Why?
Different type of player. He's a guy who can break you down. Go get one. I think they're both guys that the NBA has on their radar right now. But Reynolds is a guy, too. I want to find out how they got Erik Reynolds.
I'm
It
gonna,
was in a pandemic year.
I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna guess that they recruited him. They scouted him. They brought him on an official visit, and then they earned
You're
a commitment.
brilliant. Your brilliant analysis of Rob Duster.
Well, am I wrong?
No, but what's the story? What's the behind the scenes?
If you tune in at 1:15 this afternoon,
You're all about just like
if you tune in at 1:15 this afternoon, you will get that answer.
you
Assuming,
will. That's very true.
assuming they don't pull a Travis Ford. And,
Yeah, where's Travis?
yeah, what is going on here?
We got stood up by Travis Ford.
Wouldn't be the first time you got stood up.
I think that's actually true. That's not a joke.
Give me the story.
No, that's not a joke. Back at UMass days, I drove up, and Travis kind of blew me off. It was when I was first breaking into the industry. Nobody knew who I was.
I don't blame him.
No,
Can
it
we
was
ask
probably
him
the
about
right
that?
move.
Have you ever asked him about that?
I went up. I wanted to have the prep school tournament at UMass, and
It's
Adam
U-
Ginsberg
it's
was an
UMass.
assistant then.
Not UMass.
What I
It's-
say?
You said UMass.
UMass.
It's not UMass.
Whatever.
It's UMass.
I can call it what I want. I live in Massachusetts.
UConn.
Whatever.
UConn.
So I drove all the way
UMass.
down,
To
a
where?
couple hours away, and to Amherst,
To UMass.
to Amherst, Massachusetts.
While
state-
while
the
we're here,
state U.
while we're here, you know what we should do? We should promote the almanac.
We should
Go
promote
buy
it.
the almanac.
That's a hell of
CBBalmanac.com.
a sales. Go buy the
1999.
almanac.
No, in all seriousness, we us, the 3-man weave guys, the Heat Check college basketball guys, spoke to every single Division I head coach in the country and put together 1,500 to 1,600 words on every single Division I team in college basketball. That's what I'm reading off of. That's what these notes are. Dagan, I don't know if you can zoom in on it, but
Don't zoom in.
1,500 words
No
on every single team in college basketball. The link you can find in the description below, and I think it's worth it, man.
You know what's cool with this? This is the first time, I think, in 15 or 20 years that the A10s had players at their media day. Always just been coaches. And we went out last week. We did Summit League, WCC, Mountain West, and they all had players with them. It's more fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's more fun for us getting a chance to know these kids a little bit. Some of the guys that maybe we haven't seen in person or haven't seen them for a few years. I obviously saw DaRon last year, went out to Dayton, and just watch them mature as well. But I don't know. I think it's fun to see kind of how these players are when you're kind of having fun with the coaches.
Mm-hmm. It's been better than I expected.
Yeah, you were worried.
Well, I mean, we like to mess around with the players and put them in uncomfortable spots, and it's weird to put them in uncomfortable spots
for them in front of their
coach. The coach is right there.
I know.
You asked DaRon, give me a story about the real Anthony Grant. And did you hear Anthony? He said, tread lightly.
I did not hear him.
See, that's what you kind of you run into with a lot of this.
Yeah,
so
DaRon's worried.
Let me ask you this about the A10. You mentioned how they didn't necessarily have the year that we expected them to in a season where they had all kinds of expectations heading in. Do you think that changes this year? There's no real expectation. People think that Dayton's going to be pretty good.
Yep.
Pending injuries, people just assume VCU is going to be okay because they're VCU. But beyond that, because
you don't know. You don't know around the country what other teams really have until they start. So I think, you're looking at some of these teams, and Dayton has the core back. Yeah, VCU has obviously a lot of turnover. I'm interested. Mark Schmidt has his whole team back. Schmidt with his whole team back.
It's not a good thing for the league.
Correct.
It's not a good thing for the league. Well, no, it's a good thing for the A10. It's not a good thing for the other teams.
A lot of the good players. Look at the first team. DaRon Holmes back. Day Grant back. Bishop back. Banks, Reynolds, Jimerson. Those are all guys that were here last year in their previous programs.
That's not normal for the record.
Helps.
Like, that's not
right, because you got a lot of guys
typical.
coming in nowadays with transfers. You look at other teams, other leagues. That's what it's filled with. So I think that's an advantage that the A10 as a league has to be able to hang its hat on. Is right, retention.
Look at in this era. Typically, when you look at these preseason all-conference teams, you're looking at guys that are either transfers, or players that averaged like 8 points a year ago that we all expect to be breakout guys.
Right here, it's the best players for their teams.
Yeah.
They're all back.
Yeah,
pretty much.
That's not normal. That's fairly uncommon here, and I think that we're going to be joined by Drew Valentine here. Drew, get in the hot seat, man. Let's go. Come on, we're live. We're sitting here.
What's up?
We're talking to ourselves. The mic is hot, just so you know. Be careful.
Grab a mic.
Don't say anything crazy about
let's
Goodman.
go.
Let's do it. How you guys doing?
Where's your guy?
He's
right there. Phil already left. He's already left you. He's done with you after an hour of media day.
Nah.
He's out.
No. He can't go.
Can't go anywhere.
Hey, it's too late.
Yeah, that's right.
It's too late at this time of year.
Is it ever too late to leave?
Actually, no, it isn't. Sorry, I misspoke.
Anybody can leave today and be honestly.
Seriously,
they might be able to play somewhere else for opening night.
That's where we're at right now.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially you. Okay, you're one of the younger coaches. So I'll ask you this because a lot of the old guys. I was actually at St. John's yesterday, and Patino was like, "I'm not complaining," because everybody else is. No, he's not complaining because he's got NIL.
Right.
He's got everything there right now. As a young guy, how old are you now?
32.
26?
32. I wish.
32. What do you think of the changing landscape right now? Are you like, I kind of like it because it's going to give me an advantage as a young dude? Or are you frustrated by the portal, realignment, NIL?
I think there's positives and negatives to everything, right? Like, me as a player, I try to put myself in those shoes, and it helps because my brother's still playing. But as a player, you love the opportunities that you have now to benefit and earn based off of your NIL, the true NIL.
Can we just call it pay for play, by the way? Can't we just do that at some point?
For sure. But kind of like what you said, like Patino said, I think you kind of just got, if you want to still work in this profession, you got to figure out how to try to get good at it. Now, a lot of it is out of your control, which that's the part that as a coach is worrisome, is that you have to rely so much on other people's commitment to your program for you to be a really good program. And
a great recruiter isn't necessarily a great recruiter anymore.
And not great recruiters are transactional good recruiters now. So like I found out the other, I can't give names, but like a kid where like both parents work in basketball, is considering a school for one reason. A kid that I was recruiting in the fall, and it's just it's insane where we're at. That like when I heard that, I'm like, that kid, that family, and it's insane to me. So yeah.
Last year's transition to the A10, you came in with pretty high expectations, and I'm going to go ahead and assume they did not live up to your expectations that you had.
Thanks for treading lightly.
I mean, come on, just call it what it is, right?
You can be honest.
Yeah. Well, what was the hardest part about that transition for you? What was the most eye-opening thing?
One, the resources you need to compete in this league. That's the first thing, and then what your roster needs to look like in this league to compete. So it's different than what the NBC looks like. You know, the best programs in this league, they operate at an extremely high level, and you got to find a way with what you have to get some talent, and some of that's going to be retaining the guys that are a part of your roster that you. I think we've proven ourselves as a program, like the development that we've been able to have, the way that our guys have gotten better and stayed here. So some of it's going to come from retaining it, but I think we've done a good job of investing. Our administration and people around our program have done a really good job understanding that we need that investment. And I think our roster will have more athleticism, physicality, needed to compete at this level.
Your quote, I got to read this quote because he's taken quotes from the Almanac and read them to coaches. This one, I have yet to do that, and all the media is. Our competitive fire was lacking. Is what you said from last year.
Yep.
Which is hard as a coach.
Yeah.
Like that's the one thing you need, right? Like more than anything, you want that.
Yeah.
So how do you change that for this year?
Yeah, so I think it started in the spring for us with our returning guys, and obviously Phil's here joining us now.
What's up, Phil? How are you, man? Good to see you.
Philip Austin.
But it started with them and raising their capacity to compete, I guess would be the way that I'd frame it. But just making sure that and a lot of coaches talk about, man, every drill has to have a winner or a loser, but it's almost like the ways in which you score winning and losing, like the intangible plays. So a lot of that with our returners in the spring, and then we went out and every single player that we signed, this off season. Obviously, in the fall we had Miles Rubin, who's our highest rated recruit we've ever signed out of high school ranks. Has finished third. The way that Illinois works, he basically was played for one of the best teams, Simeon High School. Historic, played for Rob Smith. So he won. And then we had two guys that played in NCAA tournaments before. And Greg Dolan was a part of one of the most successful runs in Cornell basketball's history. So like we really went out and wanted to obviously internally grow on, help grow that and get better at that. But also whoever we were bringing in, like they had to have some sort of winning DNA and knowing what it took. So that's what Coach Moser did, and that's what I did when I was an assistant. And last offseason, I think I underestimated how much bringing people that had won at a high level before, both in high school or at another college. And so I think
everybody says it, right? Every coach says, of course you want to get winning players, but there are only so many of them out there.
For sure.
You got to take talented players that maybe didn't win.
Right.
You said the culture, it makes it a little bit easier when you bring in guys
Yeah.
who did win. All right, this dude's story is amazing.
Hit me.
Unbelievable, right? I mean, listen, I want to hear you tell it, but Cal University in
PA.
Pennsylvania.
Yes, sir.
Tell me why, because I know the story, and I don't know if
Yeah.
you're going to tell me the whole story, but
Yeah.
I want to hear it, of why you weren't recruited to the D1 ranks out of high school.
Yeah, so it's a long story.
We got time.
Yeah, it was medical related. Basically, so it's kind of hard to say. I didn't really know about it during high school.
Right.
So I get to college my freshman year, and it's during the preseason workouts and stuff, and I collapsed. Went to cardiac arrest. So,
In the middle of a workout.
yeah, middle of a workout.
Okay.
It was like a scrimmage. So middle of that, wake up, got people doing CPR on me, AED machine, all that, and get to the hospital, whatever. They're running a whole bunch of tests, obviously with my heart, and they just see like that my heart is like perfectly normal. So now it's like, why
happened?
Why is this like perfect? Perfect heart, super athletic, strong. Like why would this happen to someone like him? So after doing like a whole bunch of tests, they found that I was real anemic, and I must have had like some like ulcer sores. So they were thinking that maybe sometime over time I just had like maybe small bleeding that I just couldn't really like tell from. And so basically I was just playing almost like my whole high school career, like just super low on iron, just super anemic, low energy, all that. And the whole time I'm just getting like, I was really like being labeled as like lazy and stuff, lazy,
Really?
sluggish.
Coaches are saying that?
Nah, literally. And like,
wow.
But to me, it's like, man, like in my head, I know I'm not like a lazy person, but like obviously I couldn't play as long
At that energy.
Yeah, play the energy level.
So you
that I
played
need
in
to.
spurts?
Yeah, it was a real spurt type of person, and so so basically once I found that out, I was able to get it fixed and stuff, and then that's where you see the trajectory since then. So it was like a real blessing in disguise.
He just got the infusions. What, like last week?
Yeah,
he gets some
still
time to
check
time.
up. Yeah, they do checkups and stuff. Make sure my levels are still right. But yeah, ever since then.
So like you feel so different.
Yeah. I mean, I went from like unknown to like had the big
Pretty
year.
cool.
Yeah, so
When did all that happen?
That was October 6th, 2019. Yeah.
And you were
I was a freshman.
Freshman in
freshman
college?
Yep.
And then when did you – so you spent 3 years at Cal, Pennsylvania?
Yeah, but we had a complete season. Yeah, we had a complete season off because of COVID and D2. So yeah.
And then how did you end up finding it?
So one of my assistant coaches, Sean Dwyer, he spent time coaching at Northern Kentucky and University of Cincinnati, and he's also from the state of Michigan, like I am. And so we've always, even when I was an assistant at Oakland, we've always recruited Ohio. And we had Braden Norris on our team, who's from the Columbus area, on our team at the time.
He's as old as you, by the way.
Yeah, he is, seriously. And so we had Braden on our team, and then somebody sent us a video like, hey, this kid's in the portal, you might want to check him out, because we were looking for like a big wing, combo forward, whatever you want to call him. And we watched this tape, and I was like, all right, let's do what we can to try to get him done. So we were aggressive from the jump, really consistent, and Phil basically he didn't commit on the visit, he committed at the airport. So called me on FaceTime at the airport, but it was just watching his athleticism and just the stuff, his touch, like the stuff that he does that you can't teach is just it was incredible. It popped on tape, and we thought he could play a big role from day one.
The fit with the way that you play, just it makes sense with Loyola. It feels like they always got one guy that's 6'6", that's tough, that's physical, right? Was that kind of the intrigue for you?
Yeah, definitely. They would show me clips of a here. It was a past player there, and just showing me like basically like we kind of see you as this type of player. You can expand or whatever, but just seeing that mold and then just the winning culture that they had here, it was pretty easy for me. I didn't want to commit on the spot because I told that was like a thing that you're not supposed to do. Yeah,
no, make him sweat. That's what you should be doing.
Yeah, commit on the spot.
I like that. I would have told you to wait even longer.
But I knew. Can you get that NIL up once I had my visit, I knew it was where I wanted to go.
I mean, how about this? So his freshman year, he's not kidding. He averaged 3.9 points a game his freshman year. And then the last year you were there,
Yeah.
21 and 11.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy how, again, a
Mhm.
medical condition like that,
Right.
if they don't find that out.
Exactly. I'll just
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you might never have
sit on
seen
the
this.
bench,
It had to be cool for you to get to the D1 ranks last year.
for sure.
How appreciative were you with everything you had gone through to get there?
Yeah, no, very appreciative. I just feel like everything that I been through just makes everything just feel way better. And
How long-
never lose that.
How long did it take you to trust your body again?
That's a good question. I would say probably not until that next off season, honestly. Cause like I would get tired or winded, and then I would think in my head like, am I like, is this okay? Like, am I just tired, or is like there's another like episode or whatever, or like and then like my freshman year I didn't really get to see like the minutes that I would like to, so it wasn't like I was really getting to really like feel out. So like that all season where we had COVID and we didn't have a season, I just really just like stayed in the gym. Like I worked my body, gained like 20 pounds of muscle, just like, and then, I just felt the difference. Like I could really feel the difference, and that's what led to the next season after.
All right. Give us a kind of a preview of this year's team. You brought in a bunch of transfers, new guys. Who are we watching for besides Phil and Braden, who we know about?
Yeah, I think those two guys are going to mean a lot for us as it always has. But I mean, I'll start kind of inside and work out. I love Miles Rubin, our freshman. He just does things at his size that not a lot of people can do. Like not only in the A10 or in our program's history, but just like in basketball period. He's that mobile and athletic and
Really?
versatile. Now
we throw
he's
lobs to the
thin,
ceiling.
right?
How tall is he?
He's 6'10". He's thin, and he's got to continue to get better with his consistency, as all freshmen do. But
Upside is
upside it's pretty good, and really excited about. And he's been consistent. He's smart. He knows who he is. He's got an identity as a player, which I love. And then kind of on our perimeter, I think Jalen Quinn and Jaden Dawson are two returning sophomore guards. They've had really good off seasons. Quinn is obviously dynamic, gets downhill, and then Dawson strokes it, and is really like learning how to be like an offensive energy guy, almost, Struce, Duncan Robinson-y, like how those guys play. And then I love, the toughness and competitiveness that our three perimeter transfers, Greg Dolan, Des Watson, and Patrick Mwamba, what they bring to us, the winning approach, mentality, reliability that those guys have. And Des has done it in this league, as almost a double-figure scorer as a sophomore. So really excited about those guys.
What did you change from last year to this year as
Yeah.
a coach? Was there anything that after
A
last year?
lot.
It had to be. Year
lot.
one,
Mhm.
you're moving over a seat.
Yeah.
You can talk about it all you want, but until you experience it, what are you going to change?
I mean, the first thing we needed to do was like that competitive edge that I talked about. So we have a mental performance coach by the name of Russ Roush. He normally doesn't start working with us. I actually put him in touch with Shaka last year. So he worked with Marquette and really helped them get an edge. Obviously, their culture is intact. I'm not saying he was the reason why, but he works with the Heat. He works with the Miami Dolphins now this year going into this offseason. Yeah. And so I brought him in.
That's worked out well.
No doubt. And so we normally haven't worked with him until the fall, but I started with him first week of summer this year. That was a big part of what I wanted to do, is just make sure that we were on it mentally. We've added, like, if you came and watched this practice, you'd see us line up across the baseline and 3-point line, and we do like power breathing for like 2 minutes before practice every day. Just like small stuff, just trying to gain an edge. And then also we've changed a little bit, tweaked some of how we flow into offense, and kind of just like I wanted to make it more natural and kind of fit our personnel and make some things more simple and but yet fast offensively. So those are probably two of the more main things that we've really concentrated on this offseason.
Drew, I want to ask you about I'm going to butcher his last name. Dame
Adelakun.
Nobody butchers names like that. Nobody.
I don't think I've ever seen somebody have an average stat line like this: 2.5 assists, 2 blocks, and shoot 41% from three.
Yeah,
that's not normal.
Yeah. You know, Dame was a guy in the portal that we wanted to add a contrast. We knew, you know, with Tom Welch what he does, and then Miles what he does. We wanted to add somebody that was physical, that could rebound the ball, and then if they could score the ball on top of it on the block, then that was going to be the cherry on top. And Dame's obviously only about 6'8", which we're not gonna. We can't have it all here, right? We can't have it all, but he can really score that ball on the block. I mean, he can get it at 15 feet and drive it, do something like the spinning and pivoting, kind of like Krutwig-esque. He's not the same player as Krutwig, obviously, but some of that. But yeah, he can, in that area, can make passes to cutters. Talked about Dawson moving around, running around. Some of our other guys like Ben Schweiger are doing a good job moving, cutting, running around. So, and then 2 blocks. He's actually started blocking shots. I had been on him the first month he was here. I'm like, dude, you average two blocks a game, and why aren't you doing it? Because Miles would be blocking shots, and Phil would be blocking shots. But he's actually been doing it the last couple of weeks. So that's been good to see. He's been getting in pretty good shape too the past couple of weeks.
All right, Phil, I want to ask you. He just talked about all of these new guys, all of these guys that have taken a step forward. From what you saw in captain's practices over the summer, from who you had to guard in practice so far this year, like who have you seen take the biggest step? Who do you think we are going to be surprised by?
I say Jaden Dawson. I mean, this has been an incredible off season for him, just shooting. I think like this summer he was almost like
he shot over 50% from live play in the summer.
Yeah, I would say he just been stroking the ball this all off season. So he's really been impressing me. Just because the year he had last year, you know, dealing with injuries and stuff like that, you could tell that he has a fire for this season. So I definitely say Jaden.
Last question I have: how has he changed? I asked him, but have you noticed a change in him from year one to starting year two?
Yeah, definitely. Just more
be
mature.
Careful. You know, be careful what you say here. Minutes are on the line.
Just definitely. I feel like he's matured a lot more.
Oh, you've matured.
Yeah.
Hey,
wow.
I'll take it.
I've never heard that word before.
I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about Jaden.
Oh no.
Nope, not mature. I know you so much.
Yeah. Nah, Coach. The difference is this year with Coach, I feel like I definitely feel like we are a lot more focused on just details, discipline, and then just our competitiveness. Like that's been a real main focus, just on every practice, just how we're competing, how hard we're playing, and just being smart. I know turnovers is like a big problem for us last year, so that's been like one thing that he's been like hard of us on, is making sure we cut down on turnovers, but also play smart, play fast, play hard. So yeah.
All right.
Little less scheme and more just detail.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Great.
Thank you guys for having me.
Always.
Great seeing you,
Always
man.
great to see
Phil,
you.
great meeting you, man. Good luck this season. All right.
Phil.
Great story, man.
Yep.
Take advantage. Keep enjoying it.
Coming up next, we have your best friend.
I don't know.
The coaching industry.
Oh no. Oh.
Frank Martin.
We should have set some more time aside for this.
Well, you know, Travis is here, so let's get Travis in.
What happened? I want to know what happened to Travis.
Yeah,
Did you
come
get
sit down.
lost? We were supposed to have you a half hour ago.
Talk to me.
What happened?
Man, just a lot of requests around here. Got to keep me busy.
We went back to a story. I told this
Well,
story.
no,
You
here,
don't
let
even
me
remember
ask the
this.
question, and the mic
All
is
right,
live,
all
and we're
right,
good
all
to
right.
go. So,
All right. Rob's gonna have a
this
little
is not.
this one.
I can tell who's in charge.
Yeah,
I was told by my sources that this was not the first time that you missed an interview.
You
with
stood
Goodman.
me up years ago. I don't know if you remember this. Early UMass days. I was like a recruiting guy. I was talking about having the prep school tournament at UMass. Adam Ginsberg invites me up. He invites me up, and you totally blew me off that day.
Really?
Oh yeah, it was early.
Nah,
It was.
Adam must not have told me. I'm blaming it on Adam.
You said hello, and I'm like, damn, we got a chance to have the prep school, all these kids at UMass.
I know. That's the first I've heard of that.
Yeah, we'll blame Ginsberg.
I'll blame
We're
Ginsberg.
blaming Ginsberg.
Adam, for sure. Yeah.
So I said,
I promise you, I don't remember that.
He's standing me up again here. What's up, man? How are you? Jeff Goodman.
Nice
Great
to
to
meet you,
see you.
Rob Dawson, good to see
How's
you.
everything?
Look, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I wouldn't want to talk to him either. I also have another problem with him. Can you say the name of that school again?
UMass.
UMass. No, it's UMass.
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 Oh,
Not UMass.
Amherst.
I've only
not Amherst. Amherst.
think I probably say that wrong too. Man, I've only grown up in this state my whole life.
Yeah, like you.
And we
would
got
know.
a Kentucky guy who says it right.
That's pretty bad.
So, all right. So we were talking earlier off camera, but man, totally different team. You still don't know the names and pronunciations of some of your guys. We got some international. At least you know this guy.
Yeah, I know this guy
You
really
got him
well,
back.
and that helps.
What's it been like?
You know, I haven't. It's been a while since I've been through this, like totally almost rebuilding.
When was the last time?
It's been a while. We've been fortunate over the last 3 or 4 years that we haven't lost guys. We're a little different.
Yeah.
You know, we've been able to keep guys, and in this day and age, that's not an easy thing. But I think it says a lot about our program. But we lost guys to graduation. We lost like 6, 7 guys. So now you had to rebuild through the portal or through freshmen. And so we have 8 new players, 5 of them freshmen, 4 of them are international. So you see the challenges already. It doesn't take long.
I hear it.
Yeah. So, but it's I've enjoyed working with this group. Gibson's been an incredible leader, totally different role for him than he's ever had. And he's really accepted it and is excelling in it.
How old are you now, Gibson? How old are you?
24.
Is that right?
They'll tell the truth.
24, you got all these like 18-year-olds coming in. It makes you feel old, doesn't
It's
it?
funny because like I'm in a kind of a different stage of life than they are. Like they're just not getting to college, experiencing all this for the first time, and for me, it's like
Going to bed early now? Is that what you're doing? You're done with the party part of it?
Yeah, no, it's funny, and I've enjoyed it. That's why I came back. I wanted to be that leader for them, that older guy. So it's been fun.
Have you seen your kind of day-to-day change when you're in this new role?
It not much. I mean, obviously talking with the guys, spending time with them outside of basketball. There's more of that. Before it was kind of everybody kind of did their own thing. Now I think there's more, camaraderie after practice, which I think obviously that translates onto the court as well. But other than that, not much. I mean, I'm still, kind of doing my workouts, getting my shots up, practice and everything, lifting. But I would say that's the biggest thing.
How was like the practice situation been different? Obviously, when you have what was it, like 5 guards that were fifth-year guys last year.
Poor dude is like you're stopping practice every 2 minutes.
Oh.
And he's got to be looking at you like, come on, coach.
Well, I don't even require him to practice a whole lot. To be honest with you, I don't. Like, you already know it all.
Go
Let
back.
these guys do it.
Come later.
Yeah, Gibson, back to kind of what you guys were talking about, right? He's a routine guy. Very routine. From morning to night, when he's getting his shots up, extra, who rebounds for him. Obviously now he's in his master's and grad classes, which doesn't require him to be in as much school and things like that. But, very, very, very routine guy.
Were you like that when you were a player?
I was.
You were.
Extremely routine.
I would think with your dad, too, right?
Very routine. I needed it a lot more than I had to have a routine or I couldn't survive.
Really? Who's the better shooter, the two of you? Can you hang with him now?
No. Can he hang with me now?
Oh, look at that.
You spot me up. He didn't have a chance. You
still,
still
shooting?
I do not.
You don't shoot
too
anymore?
Too much arthritis in the elbow. So,
so you're like a below-average shooter
if you
now?
give me to the free throw, I'm pretty good.
Are you?
I'm pretty good,
You seen Izzo with his free throws?
Free throws. He's pretty money.
Holy crap.
Money, yeah.
Like he can hit 50 straight or something?
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Terrence Hargrove, you said when we wrote the almanac that he and Gibson have been as impressive as any 2 guys who didn't have a leadership role and a vocal role.
Both these guys, and Gibson's been a starter for several years and he's already, been a 2-time All-A-10 player. But, you kind of had, Yuri Collins, Javante Perkins, Francis Okoro, and they all kind of had their own role. And Gibson, relatively very quiet person to begin with.
Really?
He was okay with letting them.
All right, I'm surprised.
Letting them kind of be the guys that were talking in practice.
When you turn 24,
you
come out of your shell a little bit, right?
And TJ Hargrove's been an off and on starter, but played good minutes. These 2 have been in the program the longest. As I was just having the conversation with TJ just yesterday, TJ, your role has totally changed. You're going to be a starter, play 30, 35 minutes a game. We need you to be great every single minute. We need that consistency that's got to come with a guy that's being rewarded with that many minutes. It's not 3 or 4 minutes here and there. Gibson's used to that. TJ, if he continues to have the summer that he had, I'm expecting really big things out of him. He's had a great, great summer. But, we're going to rely on these 2 guys a great amount, and I feel good about that. We have to have the other guys come on
Right.
But those
You're not
two
worried
guys,
about those guys.
yeah, those two guys, I feel very good about. It just, it's going to be the progress of the other group.
What was last year like for you guys? Because, I remember sitting here with you last year, and it was like, return to everybody.
Yeah.
We got a chance to win the league. Both of you can speak to this. You had a really good year, but people were hoping for a great year, right?
Well, yeah, I think so. No question. Yeah. That's as you were sitting here this time last year. Yeah. No doubt, is there was a lot of teams, and if life went perfect, we'd all be doing something. Probably, life doesn't always go. We still finished. We picked second, finished second. Right. Everybody, if you look at some things, you think we finished like last. Yeah. We tied for second, but we still did finish second. And we won a lot of big games, and we beat, I think 4 NCAA teams, Memphis and Providences and different teams, but Drakes and things like that. But did we go out and win the 26, 27 games that we were kind of hoping to? No, we did not. We can have all kinds of excuses, all kinds of them, and some of them are very, very, very real. But I don't think we ever really hit that stride that we were hoping to get. We saw it in glimpses.
And you had a lot of talent. I remember here you were even saying, we got a lot of talent. We got a lot back, and then we're putting somebody back in the lineup that had.
Yeah, what did a lot of people – obviously, we all know Javante Perkins didn't quite come back the way he was. That's a fact. And but a lot of people don't realize we were rolling along pretty good, and Fred Thatch gets hurt in the very first conference game and misses the next 18 games. Right. Fred Thatch was an extremely important part to our team. The best defender on our team. Played at the time was averaging about 28 minutes a game, all kinds of excuses, but it wasn't the team that we were sitting here talking about. But we still did win a lot of games, and we finished in second, and we had one of our best games here in the Barclays in the quarterfinals against George Mason. I think we ended up winning by 30-something against a really good George Mason team when we thought we were playing pretty good, and then VCU turned around and did the same thing to us the next night. But never really – we had a good year. But, we never really hit it. I thought Gibson had a good year. Yuri Collins had a really good year. Yeah. Francis Okoro wasn't quite the player he was even the year before. All kinds of excuses. But, if everything went perfect, they just didn't. So
I want both of you guys to answer this. Of all the new faces that you have coming in, who's impressed you the most? You go first, Gibson.
Ooh, I'm going to go with a freshman. I'm going to say Sion Medley. Obviously, he's, Yuri came in as a freshman and played a lot. And I think, Sion has a chance to, come in and play. And I think with him, it's interesting because he's very vocal for a freshman. He talks a lot, which has impressed me. Obviously, he's running the team. He plays great defense on the ball. But he's one guy that's impressed me. He's mature, kind of beyond his age. Still makes, the freshman mistakes, but he's impressed me a lot, and I love playing with him. I'm excited for his future.
All right, I got one. You've coached at so many different levels.
You like how we just went past the
– Yeah, so I was going to answer Rob's question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Expansion, tournament expansion. Every coach is like,
Well, I've said
let's
this
go to
all
128.
I've said this all along. Absolutely. You're going to find every coach says yes. Every media member says no. I've said this all, everybody's got their own agenda. Right. Yeah. You guys have your own agenda. Why you don't want – There's nothing wrong with it. Oh, it's an agenda.
My agenda, if you want to say it, is just like I think the tournament works well, as is. I think
what
it's
says
really
it
good.
Can't work? I mean, it works well at 68, but it didn't used to be at 68.
No, I would have kept
it worked
at
well
64.
then. It wasn't at 64 at one point. It used to be. So it worked well then. Obviously, we all want it to grow. We all want more teams in it, without question. For somebody who, gosh, has been doing this seems like my whole life as a player and a coach, it is a special event. Y'all know it's. I think it's the greatest event there is. And if we can have more opportunities for young men to be a part of that, I think it's great. I don't think it would change it a whole lot. Who knows? But no question, I'm in the 4 expanding column for sure.
To what? Do you have you thought about it? Have you thought about
250, 3. No, I really have. I really haven't. And I don't know how to expand as many as we can get. I don't know how it would work, but expand. Yeah. So for sure.
I have an idea for it.
Can I give him the idea?
Can I give him the idea?
I'm going to take a now.
No. Here's what you do: you get 4 pods of 4 teams, right? Kind of similar to what the first
So
4
tired
is.
of hearing this.
But you have them be like basically a 4-team MTE, right? So you have a 4-team playoff on the Tuesday and Wednesday. You pick the 4 best neutral site venues. You go to Dayton, you go to the Palestra, you go to a bunch of places like that, and have them play for the 11 seeds. Have it be the last 4 at-large bids, and they play a 4-team tournament to be the 11 seed.
I love it. Obviously, it gets more teams, but I love it. But think of the intensity, and I'm watching it on TV of those play-in games. Not everybody plays hard in the NCAA tournament. Those games there, the first 3 minutes, they're all exhausted. You watch them; they're like, there's so much on the line right there to move on. And I think that would probably accomplish the same
Mine's
thing.
better. Mine's better.
It is not better. Don't
Play-in.
It is not better.
Play-in. The 8 final mid-major teams play the 8 final high major teams to see who gets in, because that's always the battle, right? Which team, the 8th place ACC
and you're not going to find a lot of difference between those teams that people don't understand until
Wouldn't
you
you
play.
be more interested to watch those?
Yeah. I'm up for all those. Let's say we do yours
For
as
all
well
of them.
and do
As
yours,
long as
and we
it's
try them all.
250.
Now we're up to 180 or something. I'm up for all of it. That's great.
Love it. All right. Well, listen.
No,
Thanks for
enjoyed
stopping
it, guys.
by.
And thanks for all you guys do. For
Always
college basketball.
great
Thank
to
you,
be
guys.
here.
This is
Great seeing you, man.
This is great.
Great to
Good
meet
luck
you.
this
and
season, all right?
Love the leadership and the 24-year-old coming out of your shell. You know, it's nice. It's great to see.
That's right.
All right, we want some video of him shooting the ball. All right, next time he's out, take care
Not
of me.
against him.
Pick somebody else, right? Chris Harriman. You can take.
I
Chris
can take
Harriman,
Harry easily.
right? No
Yeah, I
doubt.
got him
No
for sure.
doubt.
I got him.
All right, thanks for stopping by,
Thanks,
guys.
guys.
Seeing you
Appreciate
guys.
it. You got it.
We have at some
Did
point
we,
here.
did we pass Frank Martin?
We're
We
waiting
should just
on,
knock him. I'm going to knock Frank Martin right off the list.
Just cross him off the list.
He's gone. But I want to have Matt Cross on. So I circled Matt Cross.
Should we just turn off Frank's mic?
I knocked Frank right off.
All right. Well, he's making his way over here.
He is
right now.
This
The
could be a
man,
fight.
The myth.
This could
the
be,
legend.
this could be rough.
Call him. He's right there. You got to get him over.
Francisco, what are you doing? You were supposed to be here 15 minutes ago. You been lollygagging again?
Yes,
we are. We're on the air. Be careful. Be careful. He was going to call me something. Remember, you got to be nice to me.
Stop. Why?
I crossed you out and circled Matt.
Listen,
Just so you know.
if you think I'm going to be nice to you, like Rob, I'm good with you. Have you been like reading his tweets the last 2 or 3 days?
I blocked him
There
on
we
Twitter.
go.
Like
I
it is.
blocked him.
I don't read too much stuff on social media, but I read his stuff. How sappy. I'm like, wow.
He's so happy Rick Pitino's back.
It's like what happened to
so
that,
happy
what
Rick
happened to that
Pitino's
guy that everyone like can't stand? Now he's like the nice guy again.
Him? Mr. Positivity.
Yeah.
Him?
He's
Look
the
at this.
nice guy again. He's like the guy goes
Who have I
after
hammered?
everyone.
I'm trying to think who I've hammered.
I don't
lately on
know.
Twitter.
I don't know if this is a great eval from you. The nice guy.
He goes after
again. I don't think he ever
He
was
goes
a nice
after
guy.
everyone on Twitter. Now all of a sudden he's the nice guy on Twitter.
You know why? Here's why. Everything has changed since Talia got on Twitter. Pre Talia on Twitter. When my daughter got on Twitter, like I got to be a little bit nicer, a little kinder, because
And
she's seeing what I do.
And she picked your profession. So
Yeah, dumbest move ever. Absolutely ever. All right, Frank Martin, Matt Cross, great to see you guys. All right, let's start with the revamped roster, because it is. I mean, I know Matt. I don't know a lot of other dudes in your roster. Got some transfers, got some freshmen, got some other guys who are going to need to step up. How hard is it? I mean, everybody's doing it these days, and they have to flip their roster. But luckily, you have no hair, so no hair left to have to.
I wouldn't want people to confuse me with you when I was salt and pepper walking around Massachusetts. I like.
What's it been like, though?
I just said this at my press conference a little while ago. Everyone's making a big deal about the transfer portal. We've had transfers forever. Two of my better players at K-State were Denny Clemente and Curtis Kelly. Like, transfers have always been there. The only thing that's a little different now is that some of the guys in your program that have success and are happy leave. Why would I be mad at somebody that gets a better opportunity? Like if Matt Cross came to see me, not that he needs to because he's been in college for like 100 years, but if he came to see me because he's going to have a great year. And when the year's over, if he has another year to go and he comes in to see me and says, I got a chance to go make $500,000 playing at that school, why would I be mad?
Right.
Like, go, man. It's no different than when Michael Beasley came to see me and said, I'm going to have to put my name in the draft. I said, if you don't put it, I'm putting it in there for you. And it's, it's the moment that we're in. And but my team, getting back to your question, I've got 3 guys that all started a bunch of games. He was playing like an all-league player when he got hurt last year.
Yep.
And
which we all knew he could.
Yeah, it's
like there was always
absolutely. And he's had a better. I don't want to speak for him, but I think his spring and summer this year, he's got consistency, so he's been able to grow. And I'm excited for what he's going to do individually, which obviously is going to help our team. Keon Thompson, Rasul Diggins, 2 guys. Rasul's a top 75 high school recruit that goes to UConn and didn't play well there. But part of that is that they had a lot of really good players, and he just got left out. It happens. It's part of the work. Back then, Rasul sticks, and then he becomes that guy as a junior, senior at UConn that everyone says, holy cow, that guy's good. What? Yeah, R.J. Cole destroyed him for 2 years, made him into a better player. And that's where it's a little different, but those guys are better players. You know, we Josh Cohen's player of the year in the Northeast Conference. That's hard to do, man. He's a really good player, and he's a great spirit.
This is the NEC.
I'm the NEC expert.
He's a really good
he
player,
can play.
and he's a great spirit. He's been incredible in our locker room, on our campus. You add, guy I signed to South Carolina, Daniel Sanford. He had a bad year as a freshman. He was a top 120 recruit in the country. Jalen Curry's a top 70 recruit in the country. We got some really good players. We're excited. We're a little
just
young.
Don't know how
Yeah,
how
we're a
quickly
little
it comes
young,
together.
And Jeff, and I've made a career because I've been fortunate, man. I've coached the Player of the Year in the SEC, Player of the Year, the National Player of the Year, Player of the Year in the Big 12, leading scorers at both schools. I've been around some incredible players, but I've made my career finding those Jacob Pullins of the world that no one gives them credit, but they win and they become Player of the Year. And I think we've got a team full of guys like that right now. Great spirit, great work ethic, and away we go. Let's see what happens.
Matt, Coach was talking about this spring and the summer that you had. Where have you seen your game develop? What work have you put in, and what are we going to see out of you this season?
I think the biggest thing over the spring and summer was just, like he said, consistency. Like before I was school to school, so it's tough to get comfortable. Always trying to.
By the way, if you don't know, 7 years, 7 schools,
Yep.
high school to college.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
like you must love that, like you can unpack and you don't have to worry right now. And
The one place
other
you
than the
decided
fact
to stay
that
another year was this guy.
I know that is the unbelievable part of all the coaches you had. This is the guy you want to see again.
Hey, you see how like he smiles and grins when he's getting ready to bust? You know what? You know what I mean? That's. I almost said a name that was going to take him 0 to 100, but I'll
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. You can answer the question.
No.
I'm sorry.
But yeah, no. So it's like it's been good to just get comfortable, and when you get comfortable, I feel like is when you kind of start feeling good enough to play your best. And because now I know what to expect from him. Played a year under him, and I kind of just know like the image that the coaches see for going forward and how they want to go about it. So I think that personally, like not as much basketball stuff. I was gonna say for my answer is more like leadership skills that they've taught me, because I've just kind of been to myself, worry about my own stuff, like do my do my role, do your job type of thing. And so just kind of learning like not to be in my own world and focus on the team and leadership role, I think is the biggest thing that I've learned this spring and summer that the coaches have taught me.
That's what you've challenged him with
Well-
as much as anything, as an older dude.
If you go around and you ask teammates that he's had at Louisville, at Miami, and even in high school, every one of them respected him and got along with him.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, there was this perception that he's not a good teammate, and it's a bunch of BS. And now where he's understanding is that he's got a lot of leadership abilities that he's starting to be able to. Part of it is being around a certain person for 2 consecutive years. I understand him better. I can help manage him when you're around somebody for the first time and they have a bad day, you think that's the end of the earth. Well, that's not the end of the earth. That's part of life, man. And now you learn how to continue to move forward, so I can figure out what buttons to push to help him, so then he in turn can help those teammates that have always respected him and really enjoyed him.
Matt, you ever seen Frank cry?
Huh.
I don't think so.
Nah.
I don't think I have.
Yeah. I choked up this year in front of. I don't think he remembers when we won the semifinal game in Myrtle Beach. I walked in the locker room and the 2 previous years had been really hard on me professionally, and walking in that locker room knowing we're going to go play for a championship in my first year at UMass, I choked up. I didn't sit there and like dinosaur tear, but
what about when you dropped your daughter off at college?
No, that one was hard. That one I didn't let her see. You lived it. I didn't let her see me.
Yeah, I did. I don't know. This time
that one was hard.
Dropped her off. I didn't go out. Dropped her and my wife off at the airport. Dropped them and ran back in the car.
That's hard. It's my boys. It's like, yo,
Jim Cross didn't cry when he dropped.
No, I cried. I cried when he dropped Matt off. I cried. Jim like pointed at me, and laughed. No, I got 2 sons, and my oldest is like, I'm like, dude, can you figure out how to start life? You're a good dude. Like, it's time to go work. And my youngest, we just put him at prep school. It's like, hurry up, go. My girl, man, it's
you're
every
an
time
empty nester now.
Oh.
So
yeah,
your poor wife.
I said this. I telling Dan brought this a little while ago. All our kids are out of the house, and there'll be days my wife and I'll be sitting there. And we're looking at each other and like, should we get in the car and go for a drive? Like, what do you do?
We do that.
For 20 years. Been chasing these kids around to make them do everything they're supposed to do. And
take a drive to Newburyport. Next time you think that way, get in the car.
Have you been up there, Rob?
Why would I want to go see?
You did.
You
came
to
Newburyport.
I want to go visit his house. Can you imagine Goodman like cooking somebody dinner?
No, I don't.
Just think about
I
that.
grill. I can grill. Although I haven't fired up the grill in months.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're gonna open that and it's gonna be nothing but like bees coming out of it.
How do you hurt your knee playing first base? That's what I want to know.
What do you mean?
Or your Achilles?
What you?
Was it your knee?
Going on here,
Frank? Do you want to know what he's telling people now? How about this? Listen to this, Matt.
What?
So
here we go again.
We're moving on. He tells everyone that he can dunk a basketball and throw a football 65 yards.
For Christ's sakes. Unbelievable. All right.
Hey, should we bring that punt, pass, and kick challenge back so he can participate?
Yes, at the Final Four.
Listen,
I do have
got
a question.
Story. No.
Okay, go.
You're out of this interview. You're out. You're just a bystander now. All right, Matt. Heard a story from back in the day at Woodstock Academy, which was what? Stop 2 or 3? What was that?
3.
3. All right. That was year 3. Woodstock Academy and a bus. Can you please tell this story?
Yeah. So,
Frank has never heard this.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah. So basically, our gym at Woodstock was a couple miles down from where we lived, and our assistant coach, Coach Washington, came to pick us up like he always does. And we get on the bus, and for some reason, I think he forgot something in the building. So when he got off, it just something in my mind struck me. It was intriguing, so I took the bus.
Matt Krause driving the bus.
That's why I cried.
Where'd you
so
take
be
it?
careful.
The bus.
Tell the bus driver.
Where'd you go?
I just brought the team to practice and then went back and picked the coach up.
At least you went back.
Yeah.
That was nice of you.
Yep. Exactly.
Was it easy driving the big bus like that?
At the time, I didn't even have my license.
Oh boy!
We need Matt driving the bus. The UMass bus.
I keys in my car in my pocket, my own pocket, man. No.
So I'm coming up at some point. I got to come to UMass. My best friend's son, Keegan, is a freshman.
Oh, okay.
And he has said that he can last through no problem a Frank Martin practice. So when he comes up, I want to see him throwing up in the bucket within 10 minutes. I want the old Frank Martin.
I'm soft these days, man. I'm
Soft.
old.
Is he soft?
Old and mellow.
Matt, is he soft?
You got no choice. They make you out to be a bad guy if you try to be a normal human being these days. You know, if you're a competitive person, they say you're no good, and so you got to navigate through those waters. So it's
Matt, give me your favorite Frank Martin story from last year. Give me something good, please.
I'm trying. I don't think there was.
There was nothing. Frank on Twitter is entertaining, though. Twitter, Frank. Did you follow him?
I actually
did you block him yet?
I try not to go on Twitter during the season.
Really, you're off Twitter?
Yeah.
Smart man.
Have you
Twitter
been his
Frank.
guest on the podcast yet?
I haven't.
No.
What are you doing?
I'm bringing the players in one at a time. I needed to bring some other people first. And
Who else came on after? Was that your first guest?
Yeah, we got Sean Carney's coming on. I'm bringing in Dan Leibowitz, I think in 2 weeks.
What about Beasley? Let's get Michael Beasley on.
That would be interesting.
It'd be Bees stories
that's
growing up
from Notre Dame Prep.
Oh, those would be
Oak Hill
fantastic.
Academy.
Oh, man,
he's the best.
We thought the bus story was good.
Oh.
Right?
Oh, now that was my first year as a head coach. How about this? So you're coaching 8 freshmen, including Bill Walker, Michael Beasley, the attention that brought, and I had no contract. They could have fired me at any time for zero.
Were you interim? You were
no,
full time.
no.
You had a 1 year deal.
It's a long story. I don't think on this show is where I need to break that story.
Before I let you go, I do want to talk a little bit about Bob Huggins.
Yeah.
And just have you spoken to him lately?
Yeah, absolutely.
How's Hugs doing? I know obviously he didn't go out the way any of us wanted to see him go out.
He's gonna get back on that saddle. It's he's clean. He when he has not had a drink since that day. That one day he'll speak about exactly what transpired that day. It's not my place to put that out there. It's a little more complicated than the story that got put out there by people that just saw the end result. And it's sad that the end of West Virginia happened the way it did. But he's in great spirits. He's lost weight. He's energetic. He's good for the game, man. He's good for people. And we're in a moment right now where we're let's not beat around the bush. We got guys that have been caught doing some really stuff that go against the rules, and not that what he did is not against the rules, but that was a self-inflicted kind of deal. And you can't
just want him to get help.
Yeah,
I mean, that was the thing we all wanted for Hugs.
Absolutely.
Right?
And you know what? And I was part of that world. And my help came because of a health scare. And I was able to walk away at that moment. If not, I probably end up in 20 different stories doing the same things. And, but I was fortunate that my help came because of that health scare. This was his moment. And he's in a great space spiritually, health-wise. I mean, you feel him on the phone. I'm bringing him out. He's going to –
Let me know when he's coming.
He's running the practice. I'm putting him out there, so they think I'm bad. Wait till they deal with Hugs on the sideline.
Good luck, man. Good luck.
I appreciate you asking because this game we've lost.
We all miss Hugs. Everybody does.
Think about the people this game has lost over the last 5-6 years, starting with Jim Calhoun and keep going. The old-fashioned
Roy, Kay, Mayheim, Jay Wright,
dudes,
Hugs,
not guys, dudes.
Von Kruger.
Keep going. And unbelievable men, and we've lost them.
And it's only going to get worse.
Yeah.
On that end, I think a lot of guys are going to get out. Listen,
hey,
always good.
Be nice to the A10 today.
Yeah, no,
we got really
nice
good.
to everybody,
No,
like
you're
you
not.
said.
Stop. Rob is. That's why I looked at you when I said it, not him. This league,
Thank
really
you
good,
for the-
really
listen,
good players.
This is our 4th media day. That was the best story so far. Not even close.
No, it was the best story. And just so you know, when we go to the Final Four this year, we are renting a bus for our team. So if you want to come, you can drive.
You're
for
absolutely in. All right, we pay well too. All right,
Appreciate you guys
The
being
stipend
here.
you
Always
get.
a pleasure, man.
All right.
Good seeing you. Good seeing you, Matt. All right.
Great seeing you.
Frank Martin, Matt Cross, the UMass. UMass. We have Schmidt coming up here.
Schmidt, you want to call him over?
We have Archie Miller that we're waiting
Hey,
for.
Schmitty, you want to come on? Let's go. Stop talking to your boyfriend and come on. Let's go. Let's go. Go.
Yeah, perfect.
Right, we got 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go. Get in here. Come on.
I'm
Make you
ready to
work.
What's up?
Coach, what's going on? Good to see you.
Everything's good.
Rob Dawson. Good to
How
see
are
you, man.
Jeff Goodman. Good to see you, man.
So 68.
This is different. A year ago, you couldn't name a player in your team.
We had, it was like football practice where we had names across their forehead. I didn't know who we had.
Now,
Yeah, we lost every one of our players.
It's like 0.1% of your scoring or
and then
something
he left.
insane, right?
He left 2 weeks into the
So you had 0?
Yeah, the only positive was that we had no turnovers coming back. The only
No
positive.
points back, no
points,
turnovers.
but we had no turnovers. That was a positive. So
how nice is it now to flip it and you're one of the few teams to
Yeah.
have almost everything back.
It's almost like the portal has helped us now.
Yeah.
You know, where we brought in, we had our 6 guys back, really our 6 starters back.
Yep.
And then we brought in, Micah Adams-Woods from Cincinnati, Chucky Pride from Bryant, and Noel Brown from George Washington. So we have a solid nucleus. It's almost like last year we were trying to teach them drills.
Everything. From like day one,
Yeah,
right?
and we had nobody to show other guys what to do. Now we have 6 guys that can show the younger guys or the newer guys how it's done. I had a great appreciation for junior college coaches who
no doubt.
every year
They got to do that.
yes, they have to do it every single year.
Brutal. Can you imagine?
Brutal. No.
Daryl, you transferred in from St. Peter's after the run that you guys went on down there. And you ended up averaging, 15.5 points, 3.5 boards. You had a great year. You don't always see guards, especially when they make that transition up a level like that, have that kind of immediate success. Why do you think you were able to?
I think one thing that we do at St. Bonaventure really well is that we focus on individual work. So that summer and the fall season leading up to the season, we hammered individual workouts, and I think that really helped me to prepare me. And then we have a great coaching staff. My teammates push me and everything. It just prepared me.
Is it nice to be able to actually know who your teammates are now?
Yeah. So it's a good.
By the way, I love how we have the dude here with the best hair.
What are you trying to say?
And the dude here with no hair. Like this is terrific.
I look good, right?
You look great. You look better than him.
You played. Did you play the most minutes in the country last year?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 96% of the minutes he played.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
So,
Well, my whole
this year will.
It's a good thing you don't get tired, huh?
Will you?
We'll
pull
be
back?
deep.
I mean,
We'll
right,
be
you're
deep.
gonna have
I
more.
just have the opinion, we've always had, before Daryl and those guys came in, we had 5 guys that were really good.
And
players.
you wrote them.
Yeah, and my thing is, if you're 18, 19, 20 years old, and every 4 minutes you have a timeout,
What do you need?
why would you put in lesser players if you're not tired, if you don't have foul trouble?
It's a good
That's my
point.
philosophy.
Yep.
But this year we'll have a solid 8 or 9 guys, so we can pick up and press more, and we can do a little bit more substituting rather than just playing half court.
This is the way that you play that, Daryl. When you're playing 39 minutes, when you're getting up there in 40 minutes, and he starts saying you have to play defense, just say, no, I'm a little tired, coach. My legs are starting to go. You don't need me on that end. You need me to score.
He doesn't want to hear that.
I think
that won't go.
We expect you and this program to always be fighting for A10 titles, whether it's unfair or not. Because I know the resources. I know what you're up against.
Yeah.
But that's just what we expect. Do you expect that this year?
Absolutely. We go into even last year.
I know, but last year you
But
had
we
it.
knew,
It's a rebuilding.
we didn't have
year of
anybody. But
sorts.
yeah, this year we have a chance to be good if we can stay healthy, and the newcomers can have good chemistry, and the scary thing about the portal is when you get guys for 1 year, what is their mentality? Are they going to be team oriented, or are they going to be for themselves? And I think we have 3 guys that are team oriented. But you never know. That's the $1 million question. But we expect to be good, and every year that's our goal is to win the Atlantic 10 and to go to the NCAA
And you
tournament.
feel like this year you guys have a team that can
We have a
contend.
team that can
You'll be in the
be
mix.
competitive. Yes.
Yeah.
Now we have to stay healthy and get breaks like everybody else.
Yeah.
But the league is good, and last year when we had one team go to the NCAA tournament, and hopefully we can do a better job and get more teams in. But it's competitive, and we got to do our job, and hopefully we can, have a good non-conference record and beat some of those power teams. We don't have a lot of opportunities. So when we get those opportunities, we got to cash in.
Daryl, what was the hardest part about last season walking into a new program with an entirely new roster, with an entirely new group of guys that you didn't know before?
Of course, figuring out chemistry was one issue at first, trying to figure out how we play. Everybody plays with each other. And then, like you said, nobody that was there that returned that could really, demonstrate what it was that was in the A-10 already. So we kind of had to figure it out ourselves. And the coach did a good job. He did the best job he could have done. And that's really what it was.
So you were a part of one of maybe the most memorable tournament runs ever, right? A 15 seed playing in the Elite Eight for a chance to go to the Final Four. May never happen again. What can you bring to this group of guys to I don't know, instill confidence, saying this is what we can do? This is you just got to believe. How does that impact the way that you lead this team?
Just having that experience under my belt is just something that I bring in to practice every day and around the guys, just to have them have that confidence in themselves that really it can happen. We go into every day, get better. We put in the work that season, so I know what it takes to get there. So I just try to instill that everyday practice in whatever we do.
So we brought in an addition last year to the field of 68, Chris Mack.
Yes, I saw that.
I would really like to know your evaluation of how Chris Mack, the media member, was last year.
I only saw it a couple times, but he didn't embarrass himself.
Yeah. That was for him.
When I saw his face up there,
bar.
that was the concern. But he didn't embarrass himself. So, is he going to do it again this year?
He hasn't signed the contract yet.
He'll be better this year.
I think he's holding out
for.
I think he's holding out for more beer. More beer.
The big thing that we're working on with him is wearing something other than just a Bengals T-shirt. Every time we saw him, it's got the loopy neck.
He's got to be in a rough spot right now with the Bengals.
It's almost like the Bengals. He's like the Bengals, and we have the Bills, and those fan bases.
They're nuts.
They're nuts. It's abnormal. It's inhuman. They're
I covered the Bills for a year.
Did you really? It's God bless them.
You were not there then. Well, it feels like you've been there forever. What is this year? What for you?
17.
Yeah. So I missed you then. It was the Doug Flutie, Rob Johnson.
Yeah.
You've been in Bills country for 17 years.
Yeah.
Have you gone through a table yet?
No, I have not.
You haven't gone through a table. That's what they do.
But I have a quick story. I tell people I have a dog, and she's 5 years old now. But and they ask, what is it? Nice dog. And I said, it's a German short-haired pointer. And they say, oh, that's beautiful. What's her name? And I said, her name's Bella. And they're like, oh, that's a great name. We should come up with that. And I said, that's short for Belichick. And they'd be, screw her.
Boy, around the parts I'm at right now, I think they're ready for Belichick to retire.
Yeah. I grew up 10 minutes from the stadium. Yeah. And
we can't tell with your accent.
No, probably not. But yeah, we're struggling. What
do you think? Let him dictate when he wants to go?
Yeah,
or what?
he deserves that.
That's
I'm
what
just concerned that the longer he goes, that his legacy will be hurt a little bit.
Could be. Well, the longer he goes, the more people will start saying it was Brady.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And
he's both.
He's.
All right, we got to get you the big photo.
Oh, wow.
Big photo coming up. So
we're gonna get my wig.
Yeah, you need something here, Daryl. Help him out, will you?
I try my best.
All right. Listen, thanks, guys.
Really thanks for having us.
Always great seeing you, man. Daryl, congrats. Have another great season. All right.
Best of luck this year, man.
Thanks. Got it.
All right. Listen, the coaches are now going to head over to their. You can go. You have to sit here and listen to me do my outro. The coaches are going to head over and do their group picture. We are going to take a quick break. And we will
maybe
be
a
back
longer
with you guys in about 10 minutes. We have Archie Miller coming up. We have Keith Urgo coming up. We have Fran Dunphy coming up. You don't want to miss that. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Big news. The Almanac is officially back. The most exhaustive and comprehensive guide to the 2023-24 college basketball season is available for pre-order now. If you go to cbbalmanac.com, link is in the description below, you can pre-order for just $15.99 or 20% off the sticker price. The format is going to be a little bit different this season. Instead of an 850-page PDF, you'll be getting access to the full site with league-by-league PDFs available for download. The preview will be live on September 20th. So you have until then to be able to get your pre-orders in. So for insight for all 362 Division I teams from their head coaches and the experts that cover them, make sure you hit that link. Are you a college basketball junkie? Are you the kind of fan that gets frustrated that this beautiful sport has such a lack of national coverage outside of the month of March? Well, let me tell you about the Field of 68, an all-encompassing digital network of podcasts, live streams, and newsletters that cover the sport at every level on every platform. From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors, the only way to keep up with college basketball is through the Field of 68. Rob Dawson here. I got Jeff Goodman with me. Hell no.
John Fink.
Are we still live?
Field of 68 till I die.
I'm sorry, man. I blacked out. Randolph Children.
DJ Khaled, you know the big DJ Khaled guy?
Hands grown up and in.
Goodman needs to be fired all the time.
Josh Pastner.
You're going to beat people straight up.
You know the deal.
Drink responsibly tonight. I'll be drinking with you.
Daryl McNeil.
From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors.
This is Field of 68 after dark.
Big news. The Almanac is officially back. The most exhaustive and comprehensive guide to the 2023-24 college basketball season is available for pre-order now. If you go to cbbalmanac.com, link is in the description below, you can pre-order for just $15.99 or 20% off the sticker price. The format is going to be a little bit different this season. Instead of an 850-page PDF, you'll be getting access to the full site with league-by-league PDFs available for download. The preview will be live on September 20th, so you have until then to be able to get your pre-orders in. So for insight for all 362 Division I teams from their head coaches and the experts that cover them, make sure you hit that link. Are you a college basketball junkie? Are you the kind of fan that gets frustrated that this beautiful sport has such a lack of national coverage outside of the month of March? Well, let me tell you about the Field of 68, an all-encompassing digital network of podcasts, live streams, and newsletters that cover the sport at every level on every platform. From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors, the only way to keep up with college basketball is through the Field of 68. Rob Dawson here. I got Jeff Goodman with me. Hell no.
John Fink.
Are we still live?
Field of 68 till I die.
I'm sorry, man. I blacked out. Randolph Children.
DJ Khaled, you know the big DJ Khaled guy?
Hands grown up and in.
Goodman needs to be fired all the time.
Josh Pastner.
You're going to beat people straight up.
You know the deal.
Drink responsibly tonight. I'll be drinking with you.
Daryl McNeil.
From the bluest of the blue bloods to the smallest of the mid-majors.
This is Field of 68 after dark.
Welcome back to the Barclays Center here in Brooklyn, New York for Atlantic 10 Media Day. We were able to get a little bit of lunch. Well, we caught these George Mason guys as they were heading up to get ready for lunch. And I'm going to give you a little bit piece of advice right here, guys. Don't get the caprese. Go up there. It's going to say butcher on the side of it. It's got like Italian prosciutto on there.
I was trying to go healthy.
It's got like a little balsamic vinaigrette. I'm telling you, man, that's the way to go. You don't want to go with the
I don't look like you, so I gotta cut back at some point.
I wish I went up there and grabbed something, man. It was a bad decision this morning. I grabbing breakfast, man. I'm hungry right now.
Ask him how many of the cookies he ate as he's trying to be healthy.
Just one cookie. How you doing?
Doing good.
You're undefeated.
Yeah,
it's good.
It's October. I got problems just like everybody else does, right? So, no complaints thus far.
What's it been like? I mean, again, going back home for you. I mean, this is one of those, I assume, dreams that playing there, you never thought in a million years you'd be the head coach at Mason.
Not one bit. Making that decision back in 2003 to come to George Mason. And then to have this happen, full circle years later, it's definitely been a blessing. It is a dream come true, and it's an opportunity that, I worked for it over the last couple of years. But, getting jobs like this as a first-time head coach it's almost impossible. So to have that opportunity, man, I'm extremely blessed.
Unless you're like a Duke assistant or something like that.
It's a little different
right?
at that level.
Right, exactly.
It's a different jersey.
That's right.
So you're from the area, DMV basketball. What about it makes it special, and how can you tap into that to get George Mason back to being, the team that made the Final Four?
Yeah, and I'll say this as biasly as possible. I think that the DC area has the best high school hoops. When you start talking about the history and the culture of, the WCAC, the Baltimore Catholic League, there's a reason why, you look at the last couple of years, there's been at least one or two DMV guys on national championship teams. And having that opportunity, regardless of level, is something that we're definitely going to tap into as much as possible.
Mm-hmm. Ron, what's it been like? You go from Kim English to two young dudes. I mean, that's the beauty of it, right?
Yeah.
But so far, what's it been like having him as a head coach, someone who, again, means so much to the program?
It's been great. You have someone that has done something I'm trying to do. So it's been great, on and off the court. Off the court, you've been helping me, help me with my suit, help me, look good for today. But just,
this is elite right here.
Yeah. But just, having that great leader around, someone you kind of learn anything from, on the court, off the court, as I said.
You guys got a whole bunch of new transfers, a whole bunch of freshmen coming in. You're kind of the elder statesman now, the guy that's been around the program. How have you tried to help these guys get used to the program and understand what George Mason is all about?
Just spending time talking to them about, the school, the area, how the area works, how George Mason students and stuff, how we interact with them, how we can, just interact with the campus. So just pretty much, just kind of leading them in that way. And then on the court, just, try and lead by example, bring the guys together, create that chemistry, that we're looking for.
Try to avoid driving on 66 around 5 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what you have yet, Tony? Like new league, new team, a lot of transfers coming in. I'm around the country now and asking coaches. A lot of guys are like, I just don't know until the lights go on.
No, it's funny you said that because people have just been asking me that question. There's just such an unknown factor this time of the year. You just don't know. I mean, I know in my short experience as a coach, this is probably the most optimistic that I've been about a team just because I like our length. I like our depth. And I just think that these guys, they've accepted the role of, playing for a first-year head coach, and the buy-in's been there. And with leadership like guys like Ronald, it's been smooth for me. And so anytime you have that type of cohesiveness, you always have a chance. And that's all you can ask for this early on in the season.
Give me a memory, give me a story of the run that you guys went on, played in the Final Four, 11 seed, making it all the way there. Like what? Give me something from there that maybe you haven't talked about. Your favorite memory.
My favorite memory, man. There's so many memories, man. It depends what type of entertainment do you guys want right now?
Darn egg, I don't know. Whatever you got. Whatever you got. That's.
It's I remember. So obviously I was and I don't mind saying this now. I was suspended the first game of the NCAA tournament. I returned against North Carolina. We ended up being down, I think, about 16, and that game looked like it was over. We came back and won that game. And then we played Wichita State the following game as well. And, we were up pretty much the whole game in that game. And then we have UConn. And obviously the Elite Eight was in D.C. And Coach L, I didn't start those games. I was out of the starting lineup. And we had a hotel downtown Arlington, which is about 10 minutes away from where I grew up. And I needed a haircut. And I decided to leave the room. And Coach L ended up calling to the room to, find me because he wanted to talk to me and tell me that I was back in the starting lineup. So here I go from being suspended to not having the chance to go back up against UConn, and I was trying to get a haircut. And luckily, I had a great teammate in John Lewis who called me right away. I bucked the U-turn, and I made it to Coach L's.
No, you didn't.
I made it to the room. We had our conversation, and I was in the starting lineup as we
with no haircut.
With no haircut.
Whatever.
So it was worth it, though.
Oh, heck
it was worth it. So that's a memory of mine, one of them.
What would he have done if he found you and you were getting your haircut when you were not supposed to be?
I mean, that would have been a whole nother story, and we might not even be sitting here.
It's amazing. Hey, Ron, all right, I got a tough question for you.
All right.
Lamar or Mahomes?
Lamar, easy.
Huge Lamar dude.
Yeah.
Huge
Yeah.
Lamar dude.
Lamar.
Which you expect, obviously. What's it been like for you in this program? Because you've waited your turn, right? I mean, you paid your dues. You've gotten better every year. Kind of the way that the way you did it, right? The way we expect most guys to do it. Again, a lot of guys might have left early. Yeah. Why did you stick with it here?
Well, like you said, just getting better every year. I think that just started with just being healthy. My first 2 years, I was injured, in and out of games. Junior year, I finally, was able to be healthy, have a healthy off season. That was my first healthy off season in college. So I think that goes to why, the improvement, in the numbers or in the play. And then just working hard every day, just trying to be the best me every day, the best teammate I could be.
With the transfers that are coming in, who has impressed you? Who has surprised you? I mean, he's seen practices, he's seen game tape. You're out there. You're working.
Give us the one dude. Give us the one dude who's gonna. I know it puts a lot of pressure on you.
A lot of pressure on my guy right there.
I know, but otherwise we're gonna get coach speak from a player.
Yeah, no, I got you.
You know what I mean?
Nah, we got a lot of great guys.
There we go. Look. You taught him well.
Yeah, I don't know. We got a bunch of great guys. Not one. Everybody has shown me something very impressive. Whether it be Darius' shot making ability, Key's versatility, JB's athleticism. He's a freak athlete. Malik is a freak athlete. Nico also a freak athlete. Just a lot of people. Baraka's playmaking skills. There's a lot of people I can point out.
It's a good answer, my man.
He's ready. He's ready for our job. He's ready for our job, man. Give him the big time.
No doubt. What are you looking forward to most this year? I mean, are there going to be nerves at all? Do you think game one, walking out there?
I think naturally that's there, but I would say for me, the basketball part is the easy part. I remember just going from my press conference to then walking back into my office and looking on my board, and I only had 3 guys on my roster. I think that was the most nerve-wracking part because, this portal is just such a crazy thing now and trying to get quality guys. I think
you're nervous.
Yeah, we're past that part now. The stuff that we're doing every single day to compete and just be ready, that's the easy part. I'm ready to just get out there and compete and have some fun with my guys.
If I asked you to break down percentage-wise the amount of time you spent on NIL since you've taken over, what do you think it would be?
The amount of time NIL
that you've invested as a coach to trying to raise NIL, answer questions for recruit, whatever it is, NIL related. Because I think people would be very surprised to hear this.
I would say, in all honesty, it's a little different for me just because, again, it's my alma mater. And a lot of times
you're pretty plugged in.
Yeah, so when you're having those conversations, it's one of the things, many things you're talking about with some of the people that do support you. Yeah. And so it's been a little bit different for me. So if NIL didn't exist, I'd probably still be having the same conversations with those people. So I wouldn't say that
just would be giving money to other things within
other
the
things
program.
related to, the university
Yeah.
or the program.
Yeah.
So for me, it's not.
Okay.
It's been smooth. That's the one thing that I think, the one step that I've been able to skip, because it is home.
I got one more for you, Ron. Okay. You've been at Mason for 4 years. Yeah. This is the third head coach that you're playing for. We see a lot of guys go through multiple coaching staffs. Normally they're at different programs, right? Normally it's because they're transferring to different places. How difficult has that been? Like every 2 years you got a new voice, you got new verbiage you got to learn. How has that process been?
I mean, it's just been different. It is a large adjustment because you go 3 different systems, you know what I mean? But just locking in, just being ready to learn. I think I pick up on things pretty quick, so I'm able to make that adjustment quicker than my teammates, I would say, some of them. So I just try to help them with those adjustments as well.
All right, last one I got. What is the best song that Doc Nix and the Green Machine plays?
The George Mason anthem song. I don't know the exact name, but they play it before every game. Like when we warming up, as we come out the tunnel, they play it for every game. That's the best one.
I got one before he leaves. We need some dirt on Caputo. He goes last today. So give me some good dirt on Caputo that we can hit him with.
That's my guy. I'm not sure I could do that.
Oh, you got it. You got to throw him under the bus. Come on.
That's family, man. That's family.
All right. Listen, congrats, man. Really good to see you.
Always. Thank you for having me, man.
Appreciate you coming on, man.
Great seeing you, man. Great seeing you.
Best
Good
of luck
luck
this season, all right?
And we'll see you hopefully along the way this year.
Absolutely. Thanks for having us.
Thank
you. You got it.
That was George Mason. One day I just want to look as good in a suit as
you cannot.
As Coach
There's
Tony
zero
Skinn
chance
over
of
here.
that ever happening.
That's my goal. That's the dream in life, right? All right, so I believe that we will be having Caputo on here at some point. Shoot him a text. Tell him to get down here.
I'm going to see if we can get Caputo over here.
Yeah.
What do we get? Caputo
We're waiting on Caputo. We're waiting on Archie.
The viewers can't see, but we got Frank Martin up there. What sandwich did you get, Frank? The butcher, yeah. I think I made the wrong call. I went caprese for my figure. Didn't work. You
know what I do think is really interesting? The rivalry between GW and George Mason, we can talk with Caputo about this a little bit, is something that is relatively intense in the league, and especially when both are good. And I do think it's really interesting that you have two guys that are that close running those programs, right?
Yeah.
Caputo was on the staff at George Mason when they made that run to the Final Four. He played, Tony Skinn played for him. So that is an interesting dynamic. It's always fascinating to me when the rivalries play out that way. Like, for example, here's another one. VCU took a transfer this year, and we didn't get a chance to ask Coach Odom about this. VCU took a transfer from Richmond. And hopefully we'll get Caputo here in a second. He's got to walk all the way down the stairs.
I can't believe we got no dirt.
Yeah,
Tony Skinn wouldn't.
You know what the biggest problem is? They put out lunch. They put out lunch.
So you're saying Caputo won't be down here?
Yeah, I mean he's hungry. The man needs to eat. He probably got the butcher box.
What are you trying to say?
He probably got the butcher box.
Trying to say he doesn't have a good figure?
No, I'm just saying he's hungry, man. What's wrong with that? Why does everything have to be taking a shot? That's the way that you operate, huh?
Don't forget also to call them the revolutionaries.
Oh, that's right.
Right? Yeah, you were going to forget.
They're
You're
not
going to call them the colonials.
No, I have it written down right here.
Well, but you weren't going to. You don't
on
read.
my printout from the almanac, which you can buy for $19.99 at cbbalmanac.com. He's coming. No, we got well, if you want, we could talk preseason teams if you want, because we are about to have a preseason first team all Atlantic 10 star right here. James Bishop, who Archie Miller did say earlier,
called him a walking bucket.
Walking bucket. Right? He said that he's the best scorer in college basketball, and that you are going to go for 50 at some point this season. Just no pressure at all.
Are you going to get 50?
Oh man, I can't promise that.
What's your career high?
In college, 44.
44.
Yeah, 44.
Did you ever see yourself doing this in college and putting up these type of numbers when you came in?
Not specifically, but I knew I could fill it up.
Yeah.
Like I knew I could.
What was your career high in high school?
Did you get around like 45, 46?
Yeah. Really? Mm-hmm. You can get 45, you can get 50. Just make your free throws.
He might have made them.
Yeah.
He got 44.
in all seriousness, I do want to ask you, what is it about the offense that Coach runs? What is it about the style that he plays that allows guys like you to thrive? Because I think even when you look back at some of the tape from Miami when Coach was down there, guys, point guards, lead guards, pick and roll guards, they just thrive in that offense. Why?
First of all, just the confidence he instills you to play your game and to be free and make decisions, and also just the offense he has. It just allows you to play in a lot of space, allows you to attack a lot of open gaps, and we also play fast, so get out of transition and really just show up every facet of your game. So
I'm glad you showed up on time, sir.
Finish his lunch. What was more important?
Always more important. Lunch.
Right?
I was talking to Coach Mooney. We're solving some of the world's problems. So we're pretty close to being done. So as soon as this is over,
how much longer?
I don't know, maybe 5 minutes.
minutes.
Pretty much got to figure it out.
I'll give this guy credit. Like for somebody who's a new head coach, is there anybody more comfortable with the media than Chris Caputo?
No.
I'm not new anymore though. This is year 2. Can we move on?
You're still kind of new, okay?
2 long years.
What was it like again playing for him year 1? As he's trying to figure out, you're a vet. You're a vet. Let's face it.
Yeah.
He's the rookie head coach. What was it like watching him last year?
It was great, just to see his poise and his ability to move on. It's something that I haven't really seen in a lot of coaches, so that was something new for me. He just gave everybody confidence. Even though he was a new head coach, he was confident in himself and what he could do, and that kind of trickled down to everybody else.
So, breaking news here: the guy that averaged 21 points and 5 assists thought it was great.
He liked the new coach.
Great point. Hey, as long as the coach gives me the ball, the green light, I'm good with him. He's the greatest coach ever.
Max Edwards.
Yeah.
I remember we were down at Tonic last year.
Oh, yeah.
And you said, this is the kid you got to watch out for. This is the kid that's going to have a great season. Kansas State transfer, didn't get a chance to show what he could do. Average 10 points, 6.5 boards. Pretty good year.
He had a great year, yeah. Yeah, I think if you ask the staff, maybe James too, obviously you get the job. And Max had been hurt. So we went off Dwayne Lee, my assistant coach, had recruited him a little bit because he was at Quinnipiac. And then, we went off EYBL stats, and we watched, some film from that because he had been hurt at Kansas State. And so to see him in person the first time was really when he showed up, on campus, and we watched him work out. And I watched him. I think in the first workout, I said, yeah, this guy's going to be like the rookie of the year in the league. Like he's going to be really good. He had a lot to work on and sort of, especially having been hurt. But I think I said it earlier. Brendan Adams was the most improved player in the league. He won the award. Our staff thought Max was the most improved player on the team because from November to March, he had a 20 rebound game as a freshman, in the Atlantic 10. It's pretty impressive, goes after the ball.
I think you got another guy that can kind of take a similar jump this year in Benny Schroeder.
Yeah.
A couple years ago, Goodman definitely does not know this because he doesn't do his research, but he was one of the best players for, was it the U18s?
U18s. He was one of the 5 best players.
Yeah, one of the best players. He got people were
pronouncing his name right, though?
Yeah, it's not hard. It's Benny Schroeder.
I mean,
like,
he
look
can
at
screw
that.
up any name.
Look at that. That's the easy one. I still don't know how to pronounce his last name.
Yeah.
I take a
You
guess.
can go a couple of different ways.
You can go like 3 or 4 different ways. But so you have him transferring in.
Yeah.
He played at Oklahoma last year. I think he averaged like 4 minutes a game. But what have you seen from him? Is he going to be back to being the guy that was dominating the U18s?
He's got really good positional size. He's like all of 6'6" or 7. He's a guard. He's athletic. He shot the ball better than expected. I think we have so many unknowns. We have 2 really knowns in James and Max, and we have a lot of unknowns just because we don't have quite as much experience in our transfers. I think, but James would probably tell you, I think we feel pretty good about what we have in terms of, our depth, our versatility, and there's a number of guys, in that category, Benny, that I guess I've used that Max term. Like, hey, I think this guy could be like Max, where it wasn't much on him, but we think he can make a big jump.
What more can he do? What more have you challenged him to do than he did last year?
Well, the first thing was to get to – yeah, right. Yeah, you only get 40 twice. I'd like you to get 50. I'll let you know which night, too. No, I think one of the things we asked James to do is get in the best shape of his life. I think he is. I think we asked him, to become a more focused defender. And, to his credit, I mean, last year I had to play him 39 minutes. So I don't know how, at some point.
Can't get on him about his defense too much.
Well, you want to, and I think he wants that. He wants to be coached, but yet at the end of the day, he was playing so many minutes. So he knows he'll play less minutes, not 39 probably, right? And that he'll be held accountable to, being a better defender. And the biggest thing I think we've talked about is, hey, James, you've proven now to be an all-league player. You now have to prove to be a winning player in the league. And obviously we had a winning record in the league last year, and he did that, and that's why he was first team. But yeah, hey, challenge to be, we felt like, hey, if you're in the top 4 in this league, you should be competing for postseason and things like that.
All right, here's the biggest question. Who do you think is the best knitter in this entire building?
Unquestionably, James Bishop.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine. I mean, I haven't seen anybody else's work, but I've seen his work.
This dude is
unbelievable.
In the bus, right? Am I wrong on this?
No, you're right.
You're right. And he's out there in the bus after games knitting. Like, I wish I told you to bring us something.
Field of 68 blanket, maybe?
Yeah,
we need merch. We need merch.
I would have brung it.
When did this start, James? And how good are you at it?
I'm not that great. I mean, I know the basics. Well, it started around like last year. Me and my girlfriend got into it, and then we just looked it up on YouTube and just learned off YouTube. Honestly.
That's how you learned?
Yeah, YouTube, yeah.
What have you made?
Wow. Yeah, what have you made?
Just a blanket.
That's it?
Yeah, but it takes a long time to do, though.
How long it take you?
Like some months, 6-7 months.
Really?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. It takes
So you'll be on the bus rides?
Yeah, for sure.
You're going to be doing it this year.
It's a great pastime.
Field of 68 blanket for March Madness.
That's right.
This is what happens when you start getting grad transfers in COVID years. Instead of college students, we got people knitting on the buses.
That's right. Who would have thought?
Yeah.
How old are you now?
23. 23.
Mm-hmm. All right, that's good. You're preparing,
Yeah.
This dude making something. I mean, he's going to be a grandfather soon.
First crochet career. Yeah.
So when you've obviously heading into your 6th year, coming off a year where you averaged 21-5, like what do you add to your game there? Like, how do you attack an off season to say, okay, this is what I need to improve? Is it just getting in better shape?
I think it's just looking at the details. Like you said, getting in the best shape that allow me to play on both sides of the ball, and then working on things like my base and things like that on my shot to up my efficiency. Watching a lot of film so that I know coverages and know defense, and just really looking at a lot of the details and little things where I could make big jumps at.
When you went to LSU, did you ever see this? Like, did you see this coming? And what was that decision like to leave after a year?
I think just opportunity. I wanted the opportunity to show what I could do on the floor. I know I put a lot of work into my game, so I really wanted to show that on the court. So
You were there. What was that year? That year at LSU was who?
It was who was the coach? It was
Will Wade was the coach.
Yeah.
Who were the players?
It was Skylar Mays, Javonte Smart, Trenton Wofford, Emmett Smith.
Good team.
Emmett Williams, I mean. Yeah.
Loaded.
Yeah, it was a really good
talent
team. Yeah, really good.
What's the biggest thing you learned that year?
I think just patience. Being a young guy, you come in and you want everything right now.
Yeah.
But that's not how college basketball works. A lot of times, you got to gain experience, gain knowledge, and then you'll be able to show what you can do. So I think just being patient and also being patient, but working while you're waiting.
GW, George Mason, both in the DC area.
Yeah.
A little bit of a rivalry. You obviously have connections there.
Yeah.
You obviously know Tony Skinn very well.
Very well.
For the record, he did not throw you under the bus. We asked for some dirt on you.
I tried like hell to get something on you.
No dirt.
And he goes,
"Oh, there's dirt."
I can't do my guy like that. I was like, okay, I respect it. But so that is a rivalry, right?
Sure.
That is a regional
It's
rivalry.
really developing now that we're both in the A10. When I was there, we were in the Colonial. We played a little bit towards the end, but we didn't play much actually in my time there.
How does that work when the guy on the other sideline, the guy on the other bench, is someone that you're friends with, that really
Yeah, I mean, I joked. I don't joke. I'm not here if it's not for Tony, and so I owe all the guys that I've ever coached a great deal of gratitude. And certainly, I joked to Tony earlier. I said, if you don't make that shot against Wichita State, we're probably not in the tournament. I'd probably not be here.
You're probably fired.
I don't know about that, but no, I mean, for me, I'm very proud of Tony. I think he, embodies a lot of the great qualities of what a student athlete and guy that had a professional playing career and then got into coaching. And for him to get this opportunity at George Mason is great. And I think it's great for the area that we're both in the same league. It was fun last year when we won, and I went back there and we won. That was a great night, and it wasn't as great of a night when we lost to at home. But I think it's great. DC is, to me, the great basketball city. It really is, and so I think as we continue to get better and better, as we continue to play, I think it kind of adds to the lore of the area.
He told us a funny story. I don't know if you know the story. He was suspended for the first game of that tournament.
I know
right?
it. I know it very
Came
well.
off the
haircut
bench.
story.
I
part
do
of it?
know the haircut. Yes, I've heard that.
Yeah, so he was.
I've
He
heard
was
it.
suspended the first game. Came off the bench, round of 32. Came
Yep.
off the bench, Sweet 16.
Did he come off the bench? Yeah.
Yeah,
he come off the bench.
he's from DC. They're staying
Yep.
in Arlington, so he leaves to go get his haircut when he was supposed to be in the room. And Coach Larinaga, I guess, called him and was like, "Hey,
You're gonna start."
Was
or something,
looking
yeah.
for him to tell him that he was going to start. And he's off trying to get his haircut, so he has to have his roommate kind of cover for him, run back, and he
We
made it
stayed
back
at the
to be able to
Crystal
start.
Gateway in Arlington, which was like, it's only probably,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, 15 miles from campus, but you have to stay
off campus.
no matter what. So it was, I did hear that after the fact. I didn't know that during.
Unbelievable story. That's
Yeah.
pretty cool. Hey, what's it been like watching, even last year, Miami, keeping this thing going?
Yeah.
We all thought Larinaga would be retired by now. I mean,
Not
we
me.
did.
Not me, you guys,
Yeah.
but not me.
Well, again, everybody, when they hit
Yeah.
70, we feel like, all right, that's generally the age when a lot of guys, especially living
Yeah.
in Miami,
Yeah, of course.
go
He's
off.
getting
and
close.
He'll be crocheting in Miami in no time.
Almost couple more years.
No, it's been, obviously for me, I think one of the things I'm most proud of is that we were able to bring it back in my last year. We go to the Elite Eight and we're up 6 on Kansas at halftime, thinking maybe we're going to go to the Final Four. And at that time, the Elite Eight was the furthest. We had been to 2 other Sweet 16s, but the Elite Eight was the furthest that Miami had got. And to see them, go to the Final Four last year was awesome. I was not planning on going to the Final Four, and I was on my couch, and that game was pretty close against Texas. And I'm about halfway through it. I'm like, all right, what am I doing next weekend?
Going.
I'm hanging out, and then all of a sudden they win, and we went. So it was great. And I think to me it solidifies. I've always felt Coach Larinaga was a Hall of Fame coach, but to have gotten the 2 Final Fours at 2 different places that are more difficult places probably to make the Final Four than most. I think it solidifies that.
All right, so he knows this. I don't know. It doesn't matter to you. I spent 10 years of my life bartending at Tonic.
Really?
I was the guy that invented tachos. Have you been there for the tachos?
I
Don't
never
tell
had-
him because they're not healthy for you.
I never had them.
Yeah,
I've been to
invented-
Tonic once.
I-
Really?
Well, what are tachos? Just so I know. I mean,
They're-
not that
they're not-
I don't. We don't
they're-
eat unhealthy food.
Yeah,
They're
never.
tater tots with the nacho toppings.
Oh yeah.
You created
You've had
that?
that?
Yeah, I invented
You've
that.
had those now.
No, I've never had them.
I invented that.
We've
That's
had the tater tots.
That's
Yeah.
my one claim.
Can
to
you
fame.
imagine how crappy of a bartender probably is?
It's
I mean,
Probably watching games.
It's
instead of
really
terrible
It's really
paying
not that
attention
hard.
to
So,
It's really not that hard to take a beer out of the fridge, open it, and give it to somebody. It's not that difficult.
You
to
weren't
do.
like a mixologist. You were just handing beers
I
over.
just pretended to be. Fake it till you make it, right?
all right, well, listen, great
Thanks,
seeing
guys.
you guys.
Awesome.
Really good seeing you.
Thanks for having us.
Like I said, we need a blank. We
Yeah,
need
we do.
something. Field of
I
68.
got you.
We'll give you the logo and everything, and we'll pay well for it.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
all right,
just
well,
send it over. I
all right,
got you.
Listen, and go get your 50 this year.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it.
Coming up next,
We got an alum.
we have an alum, the guy who was single-handedly responsible for the success.
I mean, kind of.
the field of
Listen,
68.
if we don't bring in the Miller brothers,
Definitely the
I'm
most.
pretty sure
I'd say
you're
the-
canceled.
the
Like,
most-
you're done.
The most talented Miller brother, the
I
best
don't
looking
know.
Miller brother, that's for sure. The most athletic Miller brother.
Most athletic
Could
at
you
the
take
moment.
Sean
yeah,
right now?
At the moment.
Could you take Sean one-on-one?
He's been out of those discussions for a long time.
Yeah, he's
Although he's doing really well right now.
he's in good shape now.
Yeah, he's getting back. He's
All right,
doing
that's
well.
good. Maybe he'll be able to take you in a couple of years again.
Probably.
What's up, man? Jeff Goodman. Great to see you.
Rob Doster, good to see you, man.
How you
Louis?
doing?
Me or him?
Yeah, both of you guys.
Good.
Listen, I can't wait to get over there again. Got over there last year
Yeah, I'm
a
good.
couple times.
I'm
You're
very,
going to be
uh,
better than last year. You feel pretty good about
I
this
feel-
group.
I feel really good about our group. We have to do our part, but I feel really good about our team. We have a lot of good pieces. We have a lot of good pieces. to build
What did
with.
you learn? Like year one, you took over and it was a whirlwind, right?
Yeah, it's
the
always
portal, there's so much coming at you. You haven't seen these kids, a lot of them play. Like, what did you do differently this past offseason?
Well, I think, the number one thing is you had the opportunity to address needs that you have to have. It's much different than recruiting players or prospects or talent than specific needs. And I think, that's probably the most interesting thing about the portal. You don't really have to get all caught up in everybody in the portal, but if you get dialed in on what you need and a couple things, you can do a really good job.
What was that this offseason? What did you target?
We needed productivity. We needed proven productivity, in particular in the backcourt. Obviously, that's why a guy like Louis is so important to what we're doing. But you look at Jaden House, you look at Zeke Montgomery, 3 really proven college basketball players who have scored points, got rebounds, played for specific coaches, were played in specific styles, and our size. The interior that you have to have in college basketball, and you have to have somebody that you can either throw the ball to or defend the rim, and we bolstered that as well. So I think for the most part, all of our additions were really – there wasn't a whole lot of negotiating on, could he help us? He had to help us.
Yep.
There had to be help. You have to be able to bring something to the table from day one for us to be able to deal with you.
Louis, did you know he was a star in the media?
No, I did not.
You didn't know this? No. Does it surprise you?
Not
you
no
can
more.
Be honest.
No, not no more. I see why.
I see. Look at that. Well coached.
I didn't coach him.
Well coached. Well, he's saying the right thing.
He's from the Lower East Side. He's savvy. He knows. Right. He knows we have a long ride home.
What's it been like so far? Obviously, a completely different team. How important has it been to try to get everybody together and get the chemistry right going into the season?
It's been really important. Like, just as players, we all know, like, we didn't play with each other last year. This is a whole different group. So we know that chemistry is going to play a big part in winning and losing. So for us, we take great pride in going places together, doing team activities. We take pride in, if you're going to get food, bring one of your teammates with you. We do little things like that to build team chemistry because we know how much we want it on the court.
You been down in Newport yet?
Yeah.
Been over there a couple times during the summer?
Maybe once or twice.
All right. Just make sure Archie picks up the bill.
Yeah.
Is that legal now? I don't know what's legal, what's not anymore.
He picks up the bills.
Oh, he's paying more NIL.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's always legal if the player wants to buy you something.
Good
so
point.
You just say he's paying.
So just do it that way.
What have you seen from practices, from workouts during the summer? Who's kind of surprised you? Who are we going to look at in 4 months and say, "Oh wow, that he's good. He's better than I thought."
I feel like you could just pick anybody on the team. Any given night, somebody's going to give you something that you may not expect from them. So we have a team of a whole roster full of players that you might not expect productivity out of, but on that night they might give it to you, and it can be like that any game.
That was a diplomatic answer.
Let's hit Arch. I mean, at least Arch isn't going to be able to, get out of this.
I think the unique thing about this team is he's a little bit right in saying that a lot of guys have the ability to impact the game in a big way. I think if you're looking,
could be balanced.
If you're looking for firepower, or you're looking for who's going to score the ball for you, who's going to get you double figures, I think it would start with natural-born scorers like Jaden House. He scored
18, like 17 a game.
Averaged 17, 18 a game last year at High Point. And I don't see any reason why if he plays at Rhode Island, he played somewhere else, he can't get 17 or 18 there as well.
Yeah.
But I think he can provide right away a nice scoring punch. The guy here can do it all. And we played against him in the first game I ever coached at Rhode Island. And he's a big reason why they beat us. Yeah. And back in my head, like, man, I'd love to have him.
Did he start recruiting you in the handshake line? Is that what it was?
No.
You walk by.
It was a really good handshake.
No, it was not a really good handshake. I was angry at that moment. No, but I'll say it like he has the ability to play a unique spot for us, and he's very, very important in terms of leadership. But running things through him, playing the point guard role exclusively at times, being maybe a little bit off ball, but he has the ability to score, rebound, and most importantly, vision. A guy that can really pass. And one of the things that I really appreciated about Louis was if you look at his career, his assist-to-turnover ratio resembled a point guard. So you have another point guard out there with one, or you have him by himself. But gonna different guys are going to be able to require different things, and I think our young guys are pretty impressive as well.
How will you play differently this year from last year, style-wise? Will you, or will you try to?
Way different. We became very one-dimensional last year very early on. We were a ball screen team, tried to keep it spaced as much as possible, very little, if at any, interior presence. And you can't play that way. And we're much different this year in our inside attack. Everything is focused in on, really becoming a team that on makes, misses, whatever. The transition offense is a big part of what we're doing. In the half court, we can play inside out. We can shoot the ball a lot better. But I would be very, very disappointed if our balance wasn't something that's pretty unique. We have a lot of guys that can score, a lot of guys who can rebound. We have more than one guy that can post. So we're a little bit more diversified.
So in the Almanac this year, which is the publication we put out every preseason, you said that David, is it Fuchs?
Fuchs.
David Fuchs could be freshman of the year if things go well. Why?
One, he's a grown man. He's 6'9". He's 245-plus pounds right now as a freshman. He has some experience playing with older players coming from overseas. But most importantly, he's not going to fight the fight that all young players fight, which is being able to handle the physical part of the game, the conditioning. He's just not strong enough. He's way different in that regard. Second part of it is he can score inside, but he also is very, very mobile. He can drive the ball. He can play. He's a little bit unique in the regards of he's a big, but he can do more than just anchor down. And from a productivity standpoint, an opportunity standpoint, he's going to get it. He's going to have that opportunity to be an impact guy.
One thing that we're seeing more and more often in college basketball is coaches going to Europe and going overseas to bring players in. We talked with Mick Cronin about it. He's got basically the United Nations on his roster this year. You've been around the game. You've been coaching the game for a long time. What value does that bring, getting guys over there, and what are kind of like the complications when you maybe there's a language barrier, maybe there's a culture shock when you arrive in America the first time?
I just think, basketball has become so global. USA basketball has taken over for the last 10 or 12 years. FIBA in general has been more exposed. And I do believe there's a crossover where there's more young players that have the opportunity to come to college that want to come over. And you have to treat that like anything else. You have to invest your time and go over and recruit and do some things. But there's terrific players. They're very skilled players. In some cases, they're advanced offensively. But they're like everybody else. They're going to have some type of physicality barrier, language barrier, youth, whatever it may be. But it's just a whole new world's opened up, I think, within the last 12 years or so, just USA basketball, FIBA basketball, playing overseas. There's just a lot more guys that are exposed to the U.S. and vice versa.
Hey, Luis, we still haven't gotten the invite to the Miller Mansion yet in Narragansett. What's it like? I mean, I've heard all about it, but we just can't get the invite.
It's somewhere you want to live. That's what I would say.
That's how they got.
Yeah,
that's how they got. Everybody else has been there but us.
Louis came on his visit. He came and spent some time with us there.
We're never going to get there, are
My
we?
family was never there, so I think he sat on one couch. I sat on one chair.
How's your daughter doing at LSU?
She's doing well.
Yeah?
She's
When's gymnastics season?
Gymnastics is winter sport, so it's basketball season.
Okay, so it starts soon.
Really after Christmas competitions.
Oh, that's terrible for you.
January, February,
right?
Yeah, it'll be tough. The good thing is, television all the time.
You can see him.
It's big time, yeah.
Yeah,
She's
big
on
time. Right,
Libby
LSU
Dunn,
gymnastics.
Libby Dunn is a teammate. So
yeah,
Libby Dunn.
I've heard of her.
Yeah.
Yes, I've
She's
heard
a
of her. She
teammate,
makes
right?
a lot more money than all of us combined.
Yes. So you will have plenty of chances to be able to watch those competitions.
Yeah, but that transition's been good.
Can you evaluate gymnastics?
No.
At all?
No, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say I can't evaluate it. I mean, obviously.
Do you know what's going on?
Yes, I know. I start to figure out.
Do you know what a dismount is?
I know all that stuff.
When they don't fall, it's a good thing.
Yeah, I can't score, but I can
know it.
start to tell when the score is starting to get closer in each event.
I would love to watch.
It starts to get more
gymnastics
pressurized and more pressurized, and if you watched LSU last year, they needed a perfect score of landing. Haley Bryant knocks it out of the park. She puts them into the Final Four.
Like it.
Pressure. It's a really, really tough sport.
My daughter is really into gymnastics. Do you have any advice Like, do I just need to find a third job or something like that to be
Yes.
able to pay for it?
You need to start field. What other
Field-
sport can you get a
field-
podcast?
whatever. Yeah. Another
What
field.
what other sport can you get a podcast going on?
Something that will make a lot more. NFL might make some more money.
There you go.
Who knows? All right. Great seeing you.
Good to see you guys. Yeah.
Always
is, and look forward
Appreciate
to the.
it.
I look forward to
the
the
season.
invite to the Miller Mansion. That's
I
all
mean,
I
you
want,
guys
man.
know you have an open invite.
I know. We'll get up there. We
That's
will.
how
We'll
you have
get
a
down
good,
there at some point.
Get over to the Ryan Center.
will.
See us soon. We're.
Yep.
I think we're going to surprise some people.
Good. Well, appreciate it. Always
As long
good
as you
seeing
let him make
that.
the decisions, take the coaching out of your hands, I think we're good to go.
I wish it was that easy. You know what I mean? If he could do that for me, I'd be more than happy to let him. So, we'll see you guys.
Archie, thanks,
Sounds
guys.
good.
Fellas, always
All right.
good to see you.
Likewise.
Stop over anytime.
Done. We're in. Appreciate everything. You know that.
Perfect. We have Keith Urgo and Fordham, Kyle Rose, preseason A-10 all defensive team. Coming up next. Thank you. It's always good to see Arch.
Always good.
He sounds a lot more bullish on his team this year than he was a year ago. Am I wrong?
I just remember walking away from practice last year and saying to him, I think you're going to be lucky to win 12 games.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how many they won, but it wasn't many more than 12. They won 9 games.
9 games.
9 games. Here he is.
There you go.
What's up, Keith? How are you?
Keith, what's going on, man? Good to see you.
What's up,
Yeah.
Kyle? How you doing? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you. Rob Doster. We are live. The mic is hot,
Yep.
so don't say anything too crazy.
You never know with Urgo. You never know with Urgo what he's capable of saying, right?
Absolutely.
Kyle knows this.
Earmuffs.
Exactly. All right. So, honestly, I really felt like Fordham was one of the coolest stories in all of college basketball last year because I don't think anybody expected that.
Yeah.
You know, first year head coach is, head coach, obviously been with the program and a program that hadn't had a ton of success in a long time. It was so cool for me to watch, to be honest.
We appreciate that. Obviously we had guys like Kyle take major steps forward last year. We ended up having an older group and building on the energy that we had when Kyle Neptune was the head coach the year before. And we were all a part of that staff. And we were able to keep the staff together. Continuity of that was huge, and all of the returning players, and adding a kid like Caleb Moore didn't hurt. And, we just caught lightning in a bottle, right? All of a sudden, Rose Thrill started to get packed, and the energy was through the roof. These guys started feeding off of that, and we ended up having one of the best home court advantages in the entire country, let alone the conference. And it was an incredible run, and hopefully we can build upon that this year.
It wasn't just the home court either. We came to a game here for the A-10 tournament, and it was rocking here in the Barclays Center. What's it like, Kyle, playing in that kind of environment, in that kind of building? Because it's not like the biggest building that you're walking into. That's part of what makes it so loud in there, right?
Yeah, it's pretty ecstatic, honestly. Like, the way the court is made, like, it seems like you're just in the bright lights and everyone else is in the shadow. But not with our fan base out there. You could really feel and really see the energy that they was giving for us, and we just want to continue to give back to them with wins.
Most wins since 1991.
Yeah.
Like, that's a long time ago, my man. That's a long time ago. How do you keep this thing going? Momentum's everything, but you don't want to take your foot off the gas. You got to, even though you lost some key pieces, how do you make sure you stay there? And you're fighting for, nobody thought we'd say Fordham fighting for an A-10 title.
Yeah.
But we're saying that now.
Yeah, no, we're excited about it, obviously, because of the leadership we had last year. We were very fortunate. We didn't lose one kid to the transfer portal, so we have a lot of guys coming back that know what it takes to be successful. I think that was the big piece at Fordham. They had never really won at a consistent level. So a lot of the guys in the program, like Kyle, who's been through 3 coaches, they were leaving, but also they didn't know what it was to win. Now they've tasted it. Guys like this have been on 0 or 2-win season, 2-win seasons, right?
Yeah, 2.
So they've gone from 2-win as a freshman to 25-win, right? So he knows what it takes. He knows how to instill that. And the new guys that we have, right? We got a bunch of sophomores, redshirt freshmen coming back. They experienced that winning feeling. They know what it takes on a day-to-day basis. And all of them are not satisfied with tied for second, which is great.
How cool was it, Kyle? Like how, again, you hear that from him. You went from 2 wins to last year. Like it just must be the coolest thing to be able to experience it. And again, grind, work, and see everything kind of come together.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a testimony to our work. But just to see, it's like day and night to see from us go from 2 wins to 16 to 20, 25. And then we're just going to keep looking to use our momentum and build off of that. But honestly, it comes from within the locker room and our the character we have in our locker room and coaching staffs and just the leadership we continue to bring. So that's all it's about.
If I would have told you, Kyle, when you're in the middle of that 2-win season, right? When I got to imagine that Rose Thrill is still Rose Hill.
Rose Hill, yeah.
If that in 2 years you would be competing for an Atlantic title and you'd be playing in one of the best atmospheres in college basketball, would you have believed me?
Absolutely not. Honestly, if I'm being totally honest, absolutely.
No,
not.
that's cool.
Because it just where we were at as a program, it just wasn't where we needed to be. We are very blessed to have Coach Urgo and also Edward Cole and even President Tetlow to be in office right now. Like they have just come with different amount of energy and just continue to bring us closer as not only a family but like as a whole.
What is it about him that gets the program going, that gets the players going?
He's passionate. He's passionate about.
I don't think energy is something that he has a problem with, right?
He's passionate about almost everything he does, and he just has his winning attitude. He wants to win and just stack as many great days as he can and just continue to get better. He doesn't want to ever be complacent. He just want to continue to get better and also bring others up with him. So that's one thing I do love about Coach Urgo. He doesn't do this just for him. He does it for us, his family, the New York community, people back home for where he's from, D.C. So, yeah, that's one thing I love about him.
Do you remember when Kyle left, were you one of those guys who went to the AD and said, hey, we need to keep this dude?
Absolutely.
We need him to be the head coach?
Right away. Probably.
Why? Like, what was it then that you knew you needed him instead of going on the outside and grabbing somebody else?
Like I say, he's passionate, but also he was able to build those personal relationships as an assistant coach. I was able to really realize and see that he's all for our player development and also developing us as men. So that took a big stride in my commitment in staying here. Like him able to commit to us and really help us understand how to become men at the end of the day.
You want to know what my favorite thing is about watching him coach? I think I've told you this. Is that he has the fancy shoes on. So when he's stamping on the sideline and running up and down, he'll be sliding up and down the sideline.
You got to get a video of him sliding.
Has he fallen at all? Have you ever seen him wipe out?
Not yet.
I'm a little athlete.
I have something to root for this season now.
Right?
He's getting a little older, though.
Yeah,
he can't get on the floor like he could in practice.
There's no doubt about that, right? I don't dive for as many loose balls.
Yeah, smart move as you get older. Yeah, for you again, going back to what I was just talking about with Kyle is this was kind of an opportunity you didn't know was going to happen.
Yeah.
You know, at this point in your career, you got no idea. If you don't get this job, who knows what's next for you? Being able to take advantage of this.
Yeah.
What did you learn from last year that, again, year one, you move over a seat now that you'll use going into the second year? Because obviously you had success, but there's got to be things that you're like, I could have done this better.
There's a lot, Juice. There's a lot. Just being more patient, right? Taking a couple deep breaths, understanding that
that's not in you, is it?
No,
Patience is not your strength.
You know, and then one of the biggest things that I learned from Coach Wright and obviously Pat Chambers at Penn State for me was don't allow your passion to affect your emotion. And I think there were a couple of games last year and in my first year that I let the emotions get to me a little bit. And as a result, I can't ask guys in a huddle to move on to the next play if I can, right? So that was a big step for me, learning how to remove the passion from the emotion and be able to focus on the next play.
You want energy. That's what you are.
Create it.
Right.
Yeah, you got to create it. And that's something that I think testament to these guys. I mean, obviously you win, people come, right? So they were able to and it was the energy and the effort that they were playing with. It wasn't that we were winning games and we weren't blowing teams out. We weren't scoring 1 million points, but they were playing so hard for each other. They were making all of the fun plays that most kids don't want to make. like diving for loose balls. And then they were embracing the student body. And as a result, it was a lot more fun than it would have if, when we first started, right? And that's like anything else. If you continue to stay consistent, people are going to want to be there. And now the energy it's not just in Rose Thrill. It's on campus. It's on Arthur Avenue. Everywhere you walk, these guys are noticed.
That's awesome.
So now they got to stay humble and hungry.
It's been a long time coming.
That's the coolest part about college basketball to me is stories like this. You get to the professional ranks and like Bryce Harper is not a part of the Philadelphia community, right? Like he is Bryce Harper. He can't walk down the street. You see that with NFL players. You see that with NBA guys. I think even to a point, college football is like that, right?
Yeah.
But you're just a student, right? Like you're a student at Fordham. And I think that being a part of the community is part of what allows that to develop, right?
Yeah.
Because these people see you every single day, right? Like it's like their friend is out there. It's not just some guy they see on TV.
Yeah, for sure. And also, when you look at it like that, you also want to leave a legacy for your friend. Like, I want them to feel like they was a part of my 5 years. I want them to feel like they was a part of the change also, not just me. So having them be there with us all the way and continue to be with us, it's a major part in our growth as a program.
All right, I got one more for
Yeah,
you,
man.
Keith. You're losing 33 points a game.
Yep.
With Darius Quisenberry and Khalid Moore. Sorry to remind you about
Nah,
that.
no worries.
How do you go about creating those 33 points again? Kyle, we're gonna have to get 18 a game out of you?
No, that's not
what he's looking
his
for.
goal is to be defensive player. Right now, it's going to happen because he's earned the right to make some shots, and he's definitely going to be play a bigger role on the offensive end. But honestly, our staple is defending and rebounding, and he's the core of that. He is the heart and soul of that, and that's why he was all-conference defensive team, right? This year, we got two guys that potentially, and Abdul Sabella and him, be defensive player of the year. And then that's what we got to make sure we hone in on, make sure we focus on defending and rebounding and creating turnovers and getting out in transition. But you don't replace the 33 points, right? That's something that's going to happen over the course of the entire roster. We have a lot more depth and a lot more talent than Fordham's used to. It's not the 33 points. It's the intangibles, the leadership. Those guys were both 5-year players. They were both 23 years old. They both had a routine of greatness. They were treating their final year as pros. So their mentality was such, I'm going to treat this year like I'm a pro. And they acted like it both on and off the court. That is what you miss initially. And it's guys like this and Antrell and Abdu and others that need to pick that piece up. It's not the points. We're going to score points. We're going to get stops. It's the leadership. And that was the most important thing from year one to year two, holding each other accountable from within the locker room. That was the biggest difference in our program. And we have to continue to build that accountability from within. That was really the main reason why we were able to have success last year.
Well, I'll tell you what, Kyle. Every stop you get a shot, right? And if that doesn't happen, you let us know.
I'm okay with that.
We'll crush them.
I'm okay with that. No, let's say every. No, I'm not even going to say every steal because he gambles too much. But I'm going to say every charge or block from behind. He can take a shot. I'll give you
anything you want.
Just might have to be it better be a wide open three or free throw.
We got it. All right, listen.
Appreciate you guys.
Congrats on a hell of a first season. Can't wait to see what you guys do in year two.
We got to get up to Rose Thrill.
Great to meet you, man.
Kyle, great to meet you, man.
Go Rams.
And again, let it fly, Kyle.
Let it fly. Yeah, let it fly, right? Man. You put in the effort.
Keith's like, why did I let him come over here?
All right, I think we got LaSalle coming up next. Fran Dunphy making his way.
There he goes. Yeah, we're good for him now.
Yep. Fran Dunphy, Anwar Gill coming up next.
Yep.
LaSalle, the Explorers.
We're coming to the tail end here, huh?
The Explorers. We don't have to.
Right.
We don't have to come up with a new name for these guys. Here he is.
We're on.
We are
hot
on.
mic, friend. You got to be careful.
How you doing, Fran?
Nice to see you. Listen,
let's start with this.
No, go ahead. All right, fine.
He is the biggest Phillies hater.
The biggest what?
Phillies hater on planet Earth. Right
it's
here.
Not true, really. I mean, I grew up in Boston. I actually loved the Sixers growing up in Boston. My favorite player was Andrew Toney. Boston Strangler. That's right. So I'm not all anti-Philly like he's making me out to be.
No, anti-Phillies.
Philly.
Phillies.
You said
Phillies. The Phillies. Yeah, the Philadelphia Phillies.
We gave you Kurt Schilling.
Great, thanks. We really want to take credit for Kurt Schilling right now. Yeah, a little bit. By the way, it is good to see you back for year 2. I didn't listen last year when we had our little powwow. I wasn't sure there was going to – I thought this might be a 1-year deal.
Yeah, but only because Anwar Gill is such a terrific young man.
You couldn't leave him.
I couldn't leave him without me.
So it's all on you.
I guess it's all
Hey,
on me. How
there
you
we
doing?
go. Because, listen, is there a better man to play for than this guy?
I don't think so. I think he's the
Right?
best coach ever.
Listen, there aren't many people that would disagree with you.
For a few extra minutes. Just gonna say whatever it takes.
No, but I really think that, though. He's definitely the best coach
How
I ever
cool
had.
is it to play for him, though? Again, he comes back, for his school, right, to help out and hopefully put him in a better position whenever. Maybe he'd go 10 more years. I don't know. He looks pretty good at this point. But what were your thoughts, again, when you were deciding and obviously going to play for him last year?
I mean, I was obviously excited just for like what he done for the game of basketball. He's been to the tournament plenty of times. He's had great experience. So, I mean, it was pretty much a no-brainer to come back and play for him and just soak as much knowledge in from him as possible because he's been here a long time and he really is like a savant in the game. Like, he knows what he's talking about. So
Does that mean he's calling you old? Is that basically another word for calling you old?
I'm seasoned.
Yeah.
So now that you came back for the year after the time off, what was the biggest surprise? What was the biggest shock that you had heading into college basketball in 2022 versus 2017?
Actually, 2019 was my last year at Temple. And I'd say the biggest surprise to me was how fast the season went. So somebody would say to me, are you enjoying your time back in coaching? And I said, I must be, because time is flying by. Now, whether that's a function of my age or the fact that I did enjoy being around the Anwar Gills of the world, which I did, doesn't mean that he's perfect. We're working on that perfection piece. For sure. But he's a good guy. He's a good guy, and he plays hard. And he wants to do well, and he wants to do well for all the right reasons, for his team, for his university, for his family, and those kind of things. So it's good to be with him.
What does he need to do better on the court? What have you challenged him about this past offseason that you want more from him?
Yeah, I think we talk about it just about every day. I mean, he could be a dominant player defensively, and I think he does a pretty good job of that for the most part. He can be even a better rebounder, and he can finish better at the rim while making shots. So draw that he's a very good drawer of contact, but now draw the contact and finish, and you get yourself to the line and you get 3 points instead of trying to make every foul shot that you take. Although I think he does a really good job. So he's done well.
What's the climate of college basketball since you got out and since you got back in has been like night and day? I don't know how much you're dealing with NIL. Probably a little bit.
We're in the game. We're
not better be in the game.
We're not at a real high level, but we're in the game. And I'm grateful to those people at LaSalle that are contributing. And so we're there. And transfer portal it's the new world, and you got to worry about it. So we're almost in free agency, and there's no salary cap. So we need some governance, or a governor to help us with where we're going to be in a couple of years. Where's this going to go? I don't know. I don't really have an idea, but we're going to play the game as much as we can. And
is it frustrating? I talked to Rick Pitino last night about this, and he said, listen, I can complain, but what's the point? Yeah. What's the point? I'm okay with all this. Now, part of it is he's got great NIL, right? So for him, he's got everything he probably needs right now. For you, are you frustrated with it all, or are you just accepting?
No, this is the way of college basketball is today. Again, I don't think we have the answers as to where we're going to be in 5 or 10 years. And while we're at it, the university has supported us in the NIL world. And, I think it's great that these guys make a few extra dollars.
Khalil Brantley, Jameer Brickus. What are you hoping to see out of them this season? They're veterans.
Yeah.
They've been in the program with you for a year now.
Yeah.
What do you want to get out of them this year?
Yeah, we talk about that a lot too, and Anwar's because Anwar, there will be times when either one of those two guys is out of the game, and then he would be expected to be that second ball handler and be a playmaker from the 3 spot, let's say. So he's got all of those skills. But for those two guys, if we could keep our big guys clean and not have their guys dribble penetrate to the rim and draw contacts on our big guys, then that's going to help us. And they set the tone. And again, Anwar will do some of that as well. Limiting that penetration is a big part of the game, and they should be able to do it greatly. And that's what we will ask them every day.
Anwar, give me your favorite story of Coach Dunphy last year.
This pretty
Give me
much
something good, because I don't think people realize like his personality. I mean, they do. You can hear the sarcasm with him a little bit, but give me something good.
I mean, it's not really.
You better tell a good
Oh,
story.
I got you. It's not really like a story,
Yeah.
but it's just like an everyday thing. I mean, between like every drill, he does 15 push-ups with
No,
us.
he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
Come
Like,
on.
Between
Is that true? Wow.
Yeah, I can get to 20 too, by the way. Now watch, they're JV push-ups. They're not like a varsity.
No. They were how many years ago?
Yeah, but I said I challenge all the A10 coaches and with Coach Dunphy in the push-up competition. I
He'll
think
get
Coach
them all?
Dunphy will. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
he's
I
the
got
number
that
one guy.
We'll
in
definitely
push-ups.
get Frank Martin.
Yeah,
No doubt. I'm betting on him over Frank Martin.
for sure.
You're not?
No, I am.
Okay. So
I am.
That's fine. No, but again, listen, I'll say this to anybody. Like, it's great to have him back in the game. I hope you keep going. I mean, I know, is it a year-by-year thing? Basically, you'll
Sure.
reevaluate every year at
Yeah.
this point?
And I want to say something to you that I've had my turn. I had a lot of years where I did this, and we all get our turns at something. I want somebody else to have a turn in this situation. I want to help LaSalle in any way that I can, and I hope I do a good job, and I hope I'm good to the Anwar Gills of the world and for the Anwar Gills of the world. And I just, I love it. I love the competition. Competition is nothing like it.
Teaching isn't the same, is it?
Teaching is, well, I'm in the classroom with these kids. Actually, the other day I had.
I meant the other type of teaching.
What's that?
When you're actually teaching in the classroom,
Yeah,
the real
well, that's
classroom.
what I'm talking about. Last week we had Charles Barkley come in on Zoom. It's fantastic.
How good is he?
He's as good
The
as
best.
it gets. As good as it
And
gets.
as
As
good of a
genuine.
human being as it gets, right?
I've been with him on golf courses, and the people will walk up to him and say, "Charles," and he always has time. Always, and it's a brilliant. He's got a gift. Yeah, it's special to watch.
So do
yeah.
you.
And
Listen, you have a gift too, and I think as much as you want to turn it over to somebody and make sure that the program is in good hands, I think the Anwar Gills of the world want you to stay as long as you want to stay. Am I wrong?
Nah, you're 100% right.
That's going to get him a few more minutes.
No, but it's true. Listen, you still have a lot more to give to the game. You know that. You do it the right way. You can coach your ass off, and you're good for kids. You're good for kids. So,
Well, I hope so. I hope that that the Anwars of the world and I have a great relationship, and I've had a great relationship with many of the guys that I played with or coached over the years, and so that part is it's awesome.
you'll have plenty of time to spend with Coach K in a few years. All right,
Oh man,
Get
Well,
a
we're
few
gonna
more
play-
years.
We're playing down there this year.
Oh, you
And I
are.
hope
That's
he's gonna
right.
Come to the game. It'd be great.
Oh, he better come to the game. I think by last year, him going to a game at Duke, when Bray was there,
Sure.
I think it'll make it a little bit easier with him this year.
Yeah,
now
I
that
hope
he's already done it, and Shire's a year removed from taking over the program.
He's doing a terrific job as
Yes, great. Listen,
All right,
great
thanks,
to
Jeff.
see you.
Appreciate it. Great
Year
to see
two
you.
was
Thank
a pleasure
you. Thank
of
you.
another stint.
Yeah,
Listen,
thanks.
Anwar, great to see you,
All
man.
right.
Great to
Best
see
of
you.
luck, man.
Appreciate it.
You're very lucky. You're very lucky to get a chance to be coached by him. So enjoy it.
All right, thanks.
Thank you so much.
Next up, it's going to be a Philly rival.
It is
Another
That's
Big
right.
Five
That's
program.
right.
Billy Lange, I think he's making his way over here eventually.
Everything good? What's up, man? How are you? Good to see you. You are in that far one. We'll let
Doesn't matter
Billy-
where you sit.
we'll
Eric,
let
what's
Billy
going on,
sit
man?
here.
We are live. Mike,
Dude,
is
I've
live,
been-
just so you know.
Oh, cool. You can sit. Don't worry. We don't need Billy.
Yeah.
Listen, I've been waiting to talk to you all day. I mean that, because watching you last year and hearing coaches talk about you, here's the biggest thing. I want to know team takeover, right?
Yes.
Why weren't you more highly recruited? I think you were in the COVID year, so that probably hurt you a little bit. But
Yeah.
I've been dying to know that, like how somebody like you slips between the cracks like you did.
I mean, I don't know.
You don't know the answer. Billy?
I don't.
How are you?
I have.
You know what I mean.
The whole.
He was, though. He had a lot of Big East. He had some ACCs.
Okay.
A lot of our league. He probably didn't get. He was under attentive.
Okay.
He didn't get enough attention
by those schools. So you're further down the list on some of those schools.
Yeah, let's just say that.
So I'm if you were back in Villanova, he might have been,
I would have
5,
recruited
6.
him to Villanova.
I know you would have.
I would have recruited him anywhere because of who he is as a human being, and as a competitor, and as a teammate, and he's a good player. I just think sometimes when you're in recruiting, you want immediacy, and you don't value what a guy is going to look like over time, and you can't judge the things that you don't see, and so what you don't understand, he's the best listener I've ever coached at any level. Really, he's the best listener. The reason that he's good is that he listens. He's just a very intentional listener. Sometimes
Can you teach him?
Sometimes when he's looking at me and he's listening to me, I'm like, man, he looks like my own children staring me in the eye, and I know they're blowing me off. Like, just get done, old man. But I'm hoping that's not what he's doing. And if he is, it's
locked in.
He's got enough 30 points games that he's able to do it. But he's an incredible listener. And so, how do you evaluate that when you're recruiting? You can't. You can't unless you get to coach someone and know them.
It came from our relationship, though.
Really?
Me and his relationship. That's why
The trust.
The belief in him, belief in the belief he has in me.
Yeah.
So that for me goes a long way, just off of respect and having role models like this in your life, people that actually genuinely care about you and your future, and as a person, not just about basketball. It's always been about He's
Listen,
always
I've known him a long time.
Yeah, he's attacked me as a person more than a basketball player. So that's what I appreciated.
Last year, when I remember sitting here and thinking how honest you were about how big last year was going to be for you.
Yeah.
You didn't pull any punches.
No.
We got to win. We got to be better next year. What that meant in terms of wins or losses, we didn't know.
Yeah.
You did it. You got the momentum you needed last year. But you said it wasn't like there was a lot of pressure necessarily internally. How did last year go for you, and just how much better you feel about the program right now than you did maybe even a year ago?
Yeah. I mean, number one, it's not about me. I want to be clear about that. But since you asked, I mean, anytime someone puts pressure on me, it demotivates me. I get zero motivation from anybody saying you got to do this or you got to do it, or externally, because if that's what I need to do my job or serve these guys or other people, I shouldn't be doing it. So I'm actually I don't really care. And I don't say that egotistically. I just say that honestly. So where I was last year is I'm saying, okay, we're going in our 4th year. This is the city of Philadelphia. This is St. Joe's basketball. They're really passionate. I could name you 7 things that happened to us that no one would have signed up for in 2019, but it doesn't matter. Who cares? I just know where we're at, and I felt really good about, as I said to you, where we will be. I just didn't know what the journey would look like over that year. So I remember talking to the guys. I think we had lost 3 or 4 in a row and to start the conference, and I said to them, I was like, right now you're down, but what if I told you right now, remember this? You're going to win 9 in a row. Think about what your energy would be like, because we could be that close. We won 7 out of 9. So, hey, maybe I should talk like that all the time.
You guys are 5th nationally in returning minutes this season in an era where transfer portal, immediate eligibility, NIL has completely changed the landscape. Yeah. You got 3 guards coming back that all averaged double figures. You got a guy coming back that averaged almost 20 a game.
Yeah.
I'm sure that your phone was ringing, or at least somebody was calling somebody that knew you to try to get you to leave. How do you keep these guys around?
Well, number one, I know every day that's happening. It's probably happening now. I mean, it's just so.
There's still time.
And we're honest. And to be honest with you, I mean, I talked to him about this, but if we wanted it to, if we allowed it, and I'm speaking mostly for Erik and I, it could create an amazing wedge in the relationship. Instead, it's I know it's happening. He knows I know it's happening. We just don't really need to talk. I love him. Whatever is best for him, that's what I want. And I hope that he believes this is what's best for him. I care deeply about this guy. I care deeply about his parents who have raised him, his high school coach, his AAU coach, and who he is as a human being. Only thing that we can do is just be the best people we can be at St. Joe's in terms of the leaders. If they feel that there's other opportunities for them, so be it. But we keep them. I guess we love them. I don't know how else we do. It's probably the only reason my wife's still with me too. But it's like you just love on them and you just be real and you just try to be honest. And I'm sure there's been days she's probably thought about leaving me too. And I'm sure she could get a lot more money. So, but it's I just try to be honest and care about them. That's all it is.
Is that a conversation that you guys had? Did it ever come up?
It never came up because it's something that never really crossed my mind. It's like going back to what I told you earlier, like the relationship with him is like everything to me. So I wouldn't say I'd be jeopardizing that leaving, but it was like, where else could I find this type of love from the jump? Like the way he's recruited me has been completely different from any other recruiter. Like as a head coach, I would say, to specify that. There was no other head coach that talked to me as consistently as him. So there was multiple signs of me like making a decision that like it kind of made it easier on me because I'm like, okay, at the end of the day, this is the guy that's going to put you in the game. Assistant coaches can have, yes, their inputs or whatever, but he has the final say. So if he's telling me all this and I feel comfortable with him talking about literally anything in life, basketball, whatever the case may be, I want to be around this guy. I want to play for him because he cares about me and my game. And he wants to expand that and make me better.
So how do you guys take that next step, right? You got to 8 wins in the league last year. You got to 14 wins overall. You bring back all this talent. How do you go from being in the middle of the league to competing with Dayton and VCU and say Bonaventure, all these things?
I think we've been competitive. And I want to be very clear about that because I get asked this a lot. And so it all depends on what your definition of competitive is. If competitive is being in games, we've done that for 4 years. Now, we've had some times where we haven't been, but generally I could name them. I can name. If I can name them, that means we've been more competitive. What you're really asking is how do we win more consistently? Because I don't think the word is competitive. And so
competitive for one of the top spots.
No, and so the
league,
answer is you humbly say, and you be fair. We've been close. It comes down to a few possessions. Now, what do they come down to? Sometimes you need a shot to go in. Be fair. Sometimes you need a better ref to make a better call. You got to be fair. Sometimes you just need to be older, more experienced, right? And meanwhile, the other team's trying to win too. We have to earn this next step. It's not given to us just because we return Erik Reynolds, Cam Brown, Lane Greer. No one's giving it to us. You have to earn it. You earn it with the discipline of a championship level team. I believe we've been trying to build those habits since day one. Now you just have some older guys who are leaders who can impact the game like Erik or Cam or Lynn that just now need to take the lead and steward that.
Last question I have is, what are we going to see? You had an unbelievable year last year. What do you do to take that next step? What are the things he's challenged you or you're challenging yourself to take that next step this year?
Increase my motor every day. Like that's what we always talk about, me and him. So just increasing my motor. My level of leadership also has to be raised. Setting an example at a higher level. Also communicating in a more high level. Just because of the young guys that we have. So just trying to drag them, like me and Lynn are trying to drag them
into the gym.
Right.
Every
into
time, bring somebody with you.
Like
bring
the
somebody.
mindset that we have, like how we attack certain situations, how we can handle these situations better. Because like you said, with experience, we've been through certain things that kept us from winning certain games. So like based on certain decision making. So we're trying to alleviate that.
And he's delivered on that. The motor piece.
It's interesting to hear from somebody who had such a great year.
Yeah.
You don't generally hear
but I pick up. I give him moments. I'll say, hey, do you remember this game or do you remember that game? And the thing is, like, what makes the guy great is, he's not comfortable. I mean, he's comfortable being up here because of who he is as a person, but he doesn't want any more attention on him than anybody else, right? But I'm like, now at this point, it doesn't matter. The team, you've earned that. So you got to embrace it. So now how do you prepare for that? Okay, so one, it's increase your motor, your stamina. Look at the guy. I mean, see that bicep? That wasn't sticking out of that shirt a year ago. So now he's got that. And then it's like, what is leadership? Like, you know, sometimes we say when guys are like, Erik, you got to lead by example. Okay, well, sometimes the example is you got to grab a guy and use your voice. That's an example too, you know, and I think the more he does that, like the guys believe in him. They see him as an alpha, even though he doesn't walk around acting like he's better than anybody else. And I think he's right on. Again, he listens really well, you know.
That's awesome. No, that's the best type of kid to coach.
He's amazing.
Right?
I'm truly blessed
kid
to
that
have
doesn't
him.
humble,
Yeah.
talented, and you know what? Growing into that leadership role. That's the coolest part. As you grow up, it's not you're worried more about you probably last year. Well, now you're good.
Yeah.
You're good. Now you got to make your teammates better consistently. So, listen, great meeting you, man.
Thank you.
Like I said, I can't wait to see what you do this year.
Appreciate it.
You too, my man.
Good to see you again,
Great to see you.
Good to see you.
Glad you kind of got some momentum here. Keep it going.
You got it. Thank you, guys.
All right. Great seeing you guys. Great seeing you. See you, brother.
Seeing you guys.
We'll talk about the Sixers later. Off air, we'll talk about the Sixers.
We're live. We're live.
Go Sixers. Go Sixers. There you go. There you go. Listen, I can't wait to see Erik Reynolds this year. Honestly, like just so humble, so aware. Like that's the thing, so self-aware. That's the person. How you doing, man? Jeff Goodman, good to see you.
Rob Dosser,
What's
good
up?
to see you.
You got two. No, he's not Ohio guy. No, he's
that's
a Philly
Fanta. That's
guy.
Fanta. That's Fanta.
But same thing. That's very true. How you doing? You good? Good to see you.
We are live. Mike is hot. You are our last interview of the day.
That's right.
Saving the best for last.
He loves you. After meeting you last year, the dude could not stop. I'm like, come on, man. Like enough about Keith already.
Beauty before age. That's why we're last, right?
That's right. Hey, Day, what's it like playing for him? Because
exciting, man.
There's always kind of something with this guy, isn't there?
Yeah, always. But it's always something with the players too, right? Yeah.
Entertaining.
Yeah.
Never know what you're gonna, get into.
Yeah.
A little bit of that.
Days. But it's good too, though. It's good out of that when you don't know what you get.
What was last year like for you? Because obviously we had expectations for you and expectations for the program bouncing back. Because Keith hasn't lost a ton of games in his career. What was last year like for you coming in?
At first, it was just like a blur as far as just not knowing how it was going to go, which was fine with me because I never want to predict anything before a season, although I do set goals. But it was just exciting. I had more of like a hunger drive and just eager to get out there on the floor, play with my teammates, see just how the season was going to go. That's just more of what I would say concerned about or just looking forward to.
How were you able to flip this so quickly, right? Like the 2 years ago was not a great season for you guys. We can just call it what it is.
You were being pretty kind right there.
Yeah. Well,
what you really wanted to start with was an S.
You kind of sucked. Yeah.
So, and then last year there was you were in the mix for like the top 3 seed in the regular the conference tournament by the end of the year, and it just I don't know how many people out from the outside necessarily expected you to get right back to the top of the league that quickly. How did you make that happen?
Well, I think first off, the year before was a little bit of an aberration in my mind. We had injuries. We weren't very good to begin with, and then we had injuries. So you compound that, you combine that, and that's what you get. And then the environment's changed, really. You can flip it quick now, and you have to adjust. Like the way I coach, I had to change the way I coached. Like I was used to having guys for 3, 4, 5 years. Very few transfers, very few junior college players, all high school guys. And I always had them old, so I could be a little more complicated. I could do more things. So you had to make adjustments. And I think that's no different than owning a business or running a business. If you're not flexible and you can't make adjustments, the world's going to pass you by.
What did you change? Was it different offense that you're running? Are you putting in defense at a different time? Like, how did you change what you do?
Did you keep it more simple with new guys coming? So many new guys.
I think defensively, I've been the same probably for the last 500 years. But offensively, we tried to simplify it. We tried to get in our best players' hands. I felt like had we been able to score a little bit better inside, we would have won 2 or 3 more games. And that's kind of what we're trying to do this year, is try to find a little bit better balance. But I think I simplified it, just tried to figure out, like, kind of adding on later rather than early, because we couldn't add on. We just had to make sure we were good at something.
You got a lot back. I mean, that's the beauty. And you added a good amount transfer-wise as well through the portal. What are the expectations for this team? You know the league pretty well by now. Like, do you think you can take that next jump and challenge for the league title this year?
Well, I think we have some challenges. I mean, I think, first off, we only had 7 guys all summer. We had no centers. We haven't had a center until this last week. Really? So we haven't been able to progress quickly.
Why? What?
We've had injuries. We had guys that we had to clear. We still don't have, Dusan Mahorchik cleared. We just got one of our centers back, and we get David Dixon back, this week. And then the biggest challenge in my mind, what we have 8 seniors and grad students. So just making sure that their mindset is on winning and not thinking ahead to their future is the hardest thing, because if they win, their future will be taken care of. But that's hard for young people. When you're older, you want more and more and more. And then we have some of them are coming into the program for the first time and battling for minutes, because we're overloaded at those 4 and 5 spots. So right. That's a concern. And then making sure that we have some guys behind, Day and Jimmy Clark, I think that's a concern. So, like, we're certainly capable, if everything goes well for us, of making a jump and making a similar jump to last year, but we're also capable of not being what we should be. So I think that's kind of the reality of it all.
I wanted to ask you about Trey Williams, because he hurt his knee in the 21-22 season, right? And then you told us in the almanac that he just wasn't back to himself last season. What have you seen out of him this summer? Is he getting back to where he was 2 years ago? What are you hoping to see out of him this season?
Good question. So we moved him to the 4 spot last year as well, which was an adjustment. So you add that on to a little bit added weight from the injury. I think he's in better shape this year. I think he's also played that spot before, although we haven't got him many reps so far this season because we've had to play him at the 5. So I think he'll have a much better season, but mostly for him, it's just between his ears, just confidence-wise. He's played a lot of good games for us, and he's been a good winning player for us. So we expect him to have a good season.
Day, what's the part of your game that maybe we didn't see last year that you'll feel even more comfortable this year with, that either coaches challenge you with or you need to get better at?
I would say that wasn't really seen, and that I also feel I would get better at is just playmaking. Continue to just show I can pass that ball and not just only score it. I really feel like at times it just goes unnoticed, which is fine, but that's where I tend to do my part and just do my work on one of my weaknesses.
So is that something that you've talked to him about, making people better more consistently?
So basically with Day and Jimmy Clark, you have to let them loose because they have that kind of ability, but it becomes a little bit of a double-edged sword at times, because sometimes if you're not really disciplined, it can hurt you. So what I've hit Day on and Jimmy on is just being more efficient. Kind of like when LeBron was in the league the first year, he wasn't as efficient as he was in year 6 or 7. He did a little bit less, but was more efficient in what he did. And that's really what I've hit Day on, is just trying to be as consistent as possible, try to get his assist to turnover ratio up, whether that's making more assists and less turnovers. He's done an excellent job in the weight room. He's done a really good job defensively, really working hard. And there's trying to become like a higher percentage shooter, because he's one of the best shooters in the country. At times, because he has to score for us, his numbers are a little down because of that.
How many LeBron references do you get a day from him?
My first year, a lot. It was so many, but now it's more cut down. I'm not sure if it's because I'm used to it or if he just.
Well, you started winning now, so he didn't have to do it as much, right?
Maybe that too. Yeah.
Hey, I heard a story. Take me back when you took your mom. Your mom is a professor, right?
Oh yeah.
You took her class.
Yeah, you'll love this.
Go ahead, give me the story.
So it's a TV class, right?
Okay.
And by the way, my mom is probably one of the most likable, helping people. But anyway, so we're in this TV class, and this it's just a lesson. You got to be very careful, like what you say and when you say it. So we're in this class. I'm sitting next to this guy I don't know, and he says, "She's such a bee," right? And I looked at him. I said, "You should try living with her." And he about turned 10 shades white, man. Like,
You're in trouble, my man.
But
Because once I tell my mom what you said, your
there were
grades
300
plummeted.
people in the class, so I could care less what he said, But I laughed because he probably felt about 1 inch tall.
What did you get for a grade?
Of course, I got an A, but
You
I
did?
earned it,
Oh, sure you earned it.
I knew the
Sure
professor.
you earned it.
I knew the professor.
You had a lot of dirt on the professor. Right?
The worst thing is she started the women's studies program at Akron, right? So she's this big women's liver before it was like pretty popular, right? So we had to keep her on her toes. Every once in a while, I'd bring my laundry to her office. That didn't go over well.
So how much better do you feel right now going into the season? Like a year ago, I know you brought in all these dudes, but you didn't know. It was still, you would roll the dice to some degree in the portal because you had to. You do the best job you can, but you didn't know how good he was going to be, did you?
No, we kind of knew. Like, actually, I'm going to tell you, I think we were a little ahead last year than this year.
Because of the injuries?
Just because of the injuries and things. But I think this team has more upside than last year's team. But we knew, like, for the most part, we knew how a good MAC player would play in the league because of Marcus Weathers, Tavian Dunmartin, Mike Hughes. They were all good players for us. And Day had better numbers than all of those guys coming in. And then Tevin Brewer had played in a system that we knew pretty much. And now Jimmy might have been a little bit of a wild card because he didn't have unbelievable success at VCU. He was decent, but not like we didn't guard him at times. But Jimmy was the one that probably popped the biggest for us. I knew Day was going to play well.
Last one I got. Kareem Rozier, coming into his sophomore season. I see you nodding your head. What have you seen from him this offseason that's making you nod your head like that?
So much, man. My boy hanging his hat on the defensive end. He's trying to correct his mistakes. And he's shooting the hell out that ball. I'll give it to him. He's been working on it, and I'm all for it. I just can't wait to see him knock it down.
Good.
So I had a long talk with Kareem, after some scrimmages, and I told him, I said, look, you're never going to get what you deserve recognition-wise. You're never going to be first team all-league. You're never going to be second team all-league. I said, but you can be one of the best players in this league without anybody knowing it. The only thing that you should be judged on is whether your team wins or loses. And he understands that probably better than anybody I've ever coached. And he has this knack of being able to lead people. I've never seen a young guy be able to lead people better than him, which is quite a statement when you really analyze it. And I don't think he'll ever be – it won't come off the tip of anybody's tongue that Kareem Rozier is one of the best point guards in this league. It won't – even 3 years from now, it won't ever happen. But the challenge will be how many wins he has at the end of his 4 years.
Everybody needs a guy like that. Every team does.
There's very few out there.
I need a co-host like that.
Wow.
See what I did with?
Thanks for joining.
This is what I did. I've been dealing with this for 4.5 hours today, Day.
Great to see
Appreciate
you guys.
you guys.
You,
Great
man.
to see you guys.
Best of luck this season.
I
all
really
right?
appreciate
Great seeing
it. Day,
you.
great to meet you, man. Good luck this season. Always good seeing
And
you.
that's
You know
it.
that.
Thanks for the great sign-off.
Oh, yeah. I had to get some dirt, right? I had to get some
Don't
dirt.
listen to it. Yeah, we're good. Matt, you want to come say hi and sign off with us? Yes. We have.
Well, you can come on. You can come on for the sign off.
We have. We'd now like to welcome Matt McCall to the show. Thank you for being here. This is Atlantic 10 Media Day from the Barclays.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for really having me on. Thank you. Thank you very much.
How you doing?
Doing great.
Yeah.
Doing great. Excited to
Work
get going
hard today?
I did work hard. We were down on the bottom floor.
Were you?
Shooting content.
Good.
You got
No,
put
we
in
can't
the,
wait
you
to
got
have
put in
you
the
in.
VIP section. We got stuck up here in the.
You guys got the
in
view,
lobby.
though. We got the Stop and Shop. We got the Mattress Firm.
A beautiful view of the mattress
downtown
firm over
Brooklyn.
here.
We do. Got it all
Quickly,
here.
after your assumption today,
Yeah.
who are you picking when they land?
I'm all in on St. Joe's. I'm all in on
going
St.
Dayton.
Joe's.
I'm going Dayton.
All in on St.
If
Joe's.
they're healthy. Guards,
It's hard
the question.
it's hard to pick against Dayton if they're healthy.
Yeah.
I like what Mark Schmidt did with St. Bonaventure and their
Brought
roster.
everything back.
And the transfers
can
they brought in.
coach.
And Schmidt can coach.
Yep.
I'll be in Olean a couple times this year for some games.
You will.
I will.
Are you buying St. Joe's?
I love St. Joe's, and I think
The league's just going to be. I mean, again,
let me ask you this.
The
Let me ask you
league's
this.
going to be better.
You've coached in this league. You have broadcast games for this league. You've watched Erik Reynolds play. How good is he?
Well, I think just because of his size, his feel, like for a guard to be able to put it down and play in pick and roll and make the right reads, Billy Lange puts him in unbelievable positions to be successful out there. But he's that good. He is one of the best. And if you think about the Atlantic 10, the teams that have won games in the NCAA tournament, they've been with what? Really good guards.
Mm-hmm.
Not that DaRon Holmes is not a terrific player.
But you need really good
You
guards.
need really good guards, and he's that guy.
Well, we can't wait to have you on board for year 2.
I'm excited. Year 2.
This year, we're
Field of
starting up
68.
soon.
Next
week
we were talking about you a little bit on the walk over here. We got some big plans.
That's right.
Big
Down
plans.
in Boca Raton?
Well, definitely those.
Definitely those.
FAU. Field of 68 Classic, is that what we call it?
Field of 68 tip-off.
Tip-off?
You don't even
I
know
don't
your
know.
68 tip-off. That's going to be fun. And I've seen those guys practice.
That'll be a blast.
And they're ready to go.
We got later this week. Geez, what we got coming later this week?
We
Thursday.
have CAA Media Day coming on Thursday. Men in the morning. John Fanta, Monica Moore. Women in the afternoon. Next week, we are heading to the Big East on Tuesday.
The
SoCon on Wednesday.
Right.
So it's
The
going to be a
Marriott
blast.
points you guys must be racking up. Right
Last week we weren't in Marriott's last week. I think it hurt. We're in Vegas, Park MGM, and
Yeah,
some
no,
other
you know what?
places.
You know what? The problem with going to Vegas was not getting the Marriott points, and it wasn't the blackjack table that we were on.
Cut now.
It wasn't the blackjack table that we were at.
Thanks,
Listen,
A10.
This has been
Appreciate
a blast.
it. Had a great day.
Are you going to take over the sign?
Yeah,
What are you
you can do
doing?
it. You
This
suck
has been-
at it.
I tried to do it already when McCall sat down.
No,
which
you
was
had to.
great.
There's no way I was not coming on the Field of
McCall,
68.
sign off. Send us home.
Can't wait to join again soon. Preview shows, league coming up. For Rob Dosser, Jeff Goodman, I'm Matt McCall, Field of 68.